You're watching Ape After Dark. Welcome. Just gonna watch I thought I saw a new Moments of Dunsery drop on the Amateur Conversationalist channel, but not seeing it now. So John may have deleted the video, or maybe I was just tripping. So see, Jill's on now, doing a debate review.
Did he boot you through the crack? It's like that's KJB Bob's name.
Wait, is that even possible? Wait, how do you boot somebody through their seam, right?
Yeah, so KJB Bob had a name like boot him through the door or something, and it kind of brought that up.
It's too funny.
Oh, it was boot through the door and shout through the crack. But you gotta pick the splinters out of your crack after you boot the door.
I think his fans as loud as mine.
Yeah, Darth, he's preying on you, Kevin. You know that. Like, what he's gonna do if you show back up on there, he's gonna say, "How I booted you out for a reason, Kevin, to help you learn a lesson. You need to stay away from praise and one way." And there's a whole list now that he's made. His list now that he despises.
Right. Yeah. He keeps
you got my headphones, so I can't hear shit. Oh, that's right. It auto pauses. Apparently they're dead. These ones have 70%. Should be alright. Continue.
That means I'm not allowed to go in his room and talk to him?
Right.
Really?
He has all these conditions.
I mean, I could see if you were like an utter heretic that's denying the faith, and it's like, why are you fellowshipping with him?
He is.
But at least talk to me about it first. But he doesn't give any explanation or reason. He just boots me. Okay.
Look. Whoa, here's what's funny about
super
this, right?
loud, bro.
Praise and I have had sometimes 5-hour long live streams that we were discussing annihilationism and what have you. And we're just going back and forth live, right? Just considering each other's perspectives. Darth is like the antithesis of that. Right? It's like, oh, you have a differing view? Well, then fuck you. And then if you talk to other people who have a different view, well, then fuck them too. Like, and if you're caught talking to those people, right? Then I'm just going to block you. Look, it doesn't work that way in real life. That's like what he complains about cafeteria lunch table bickering is exactly what he does when he does that. Which he does do that. I'm
embarrassed to say this, but it's true that Tom Rabbit's right about frickin' Darth.
Why would you embarrassed to say that?
And I'm actually embarrassed to say that.
No, look, it's fine. You only get it, through through looking at it after the fact.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Because I'm trying to learn philosophy, and I was just in there to listen to some of his arguments and see if there's some stuff maybe I can pick up on, learn a couple things. No. That's all I was doing. I was just in there to observe and pay attention.
You can learn how to be a fucking dickhole.
Take notes, and he just booted me. Like, I've never outspoke against the guy or anything. I don't know. I was just in there to learn, and he kicked me out. I'm like, wow, that was rude. Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't. Well, it's again like it's his child mentality, like middle school. Like if you're on their side or their group, or whatever their clique, then you're automatically villains. Like if it's just one of those. It's the what is it called? Politics, the partisan politics.
They must be
Partisan
like
politics.
way into this to be fucking.
Yeah,
Right,
either on
it's
the
like
Democrat or
partisan.
Republican.
Yeah, it's like partisanism. Yeah.
Oh yeah, 3 hours ago. So they probably already got through the debate.
Yeah,
so.
and like he's just like for a 60-year-old man, like he's so to me like immature. He's one of the most immature.
Like we did watch this one, but maybe I didn't finish it. I was trying to go through the watch laters and figured out. I know we did these ones, but I wanted to review Apostle Queen Belevzi's White House, but it's been a couple months. Maybe we should get over it. But this one just never gets old for me, so we'll keep on going with this.
Because a consciousness is singular. So to be infinite in size, only a consciousness meets that precondition. Again, the universe is made up of many parts.
This is the same argument, by the way, that he used against Teacher. When Teacher says a potato could be infinite in size.
Complex energy and matter. So it's subjected to the quantum realm of height, depth, and width. So only a singular, all-powerful mind can be eternal. Further add to this, eternalness expresses a singular and all-powerful intelligence choosing to sustain themselves. So again,
cool, dude. Let me propose an argument to you. I feel like with everything that you just said, you danced around exactly the Buddhist teaching.
No, I didn't.
Like with Buddhism, and yeah, you did 2,000%.
No, I didn't.
The Buddhist teaching is the Buddhist teaching is the middle path. There's no God. There's no like deity in Buddhism.
I understand.
All Buddhism.
Yeah, but the universe can't be eternal. Energy can't be eternal.
But you're sitting there. You're saying like, it's this infinite multiplicity of a singular consciousness that can't be eternal.
Hey, what's up, Sam?
Everything that you said was dancing from side to side.
No, it wasn't.
Pointing out opposites, all these different things, right?
No, it wasn't.
You were attempting to elucidate the middle path.
Now you're just possibly trying to put words in my mouth and poison the well. So again, I said the universe can't be eternal. So to paraphrase my response, and this is
nobody has to put words in your mouth, buddy.
Again, the universe can't be eternal because, by definition, so only an immaterial, truthful, loving God can exist, and only our God of the Bible meets this precondition because he would make this known to us within early scripture, more precisely the first 5 words of the Old Testament in the Bible.
He's going to repeat himself again.
1. So the conclusion.
Yeah.
What do you think about?
You don't need to see or hear God to know that he exists. He has revealed himself through his...
So you don't have to read the scripture, right?
You don't have
to read the scripture or know God.
All babies know God exists. It goes without being said because God is love. Therefore, he would reveal himself to everybody so that people are without excuse. Complementing Romans 1:20 biblically.
Okay, that contradicts what you just said. My internet's getting a bit wonky too, so I wanted to pause it. But that doesn't it directly contradict what he just said? But he said that you don't have to hear or see God to know that he exists. But then he says that God would prove himself or show himself to everyone. Well,
since the love is no God exists, it goes without being said because God is love. Therefore, he would reveal himself to everybody so that people are without excuse. Complementing Romans 1:20 biblically. For since the creation of the world, God's invisible qualities, his eternal power and divine nature have been clearly seen, being understood through what has been made. As a result, people are without excuse.
So let me be clear here with what you're saying. Tell me if I'm correct or not. All babies across the world are good to go. And then if you learn the Bible, you're still good to go. But if you learn anything but the Bible, then you're not good to go. And if you learn nothing, then you probably, maybe good to go.
We are being judged based on how much we love God and to
how
love
much
our
we
neighbor
love
as
God.
ourselves.
Wait. You just and how much we love our neighbor as ourselves, but how much we love God. So now there's like you don't just love God. You don't just believe that Christ died for your sins. He's got to be your your ultimate perfect lover, right? That's where he's going. That's his thing, right? He's like, he has sex with God. You've got to love God so much that you'll have sex with him, I guess. Or something.
Jesus as our savior. So,
and God
if
is a man, right?
Is brought up in a non-Christian household, obviously God's not going to judge them based on their knowledge, as God judges us based on the two greatest commandments in Matthew 22.
So wait. If you grew up in a in a Christian household, you're going to be judged more harshly than you would if you were brought up in a secular household. Is that right?
36 to 40. So just to paraphrase them quick, to love God with all your heart, mind, and soul, and to love your neighbor as yourself. So that's the nature of God. So the distinction here is Christian perfectionism, Christians and Satanists. So it's not about believing. So if you've read the Bible, the devil interacted with Jesus. So the devil knows Jesus exists, but he will be put into the lake of fire.
Did it say the devil interacted with Jesus, or was who? Well, okay, yeah, wait. So Satan. Let me look this up, because who does Satan himself tempt? Yeah, Satan tempts Christ. Oh yeah, in the wilderness. That's right. They have the whole thing. Matthew 4:1 through 11. Let's catch up. Satan tempts Jesus. I'll switch so you can read if you want to. Temptation on the Mountain. Greetings, William. Yes, that's the one. I guess since the wrong thing came up, I'll just share it again. That's fine. Just do that, and then I can share the screen. Yes. I haven't read this one in quite a while, so I figured it'd be wise to do so before I start talking shit. But I'm always talking shit about ultimated Judeo-Christian, or whatever he calls himself these days. Then Jesus was led up by the Spirit into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. Which version is this? Does it say that in this New King James Version? So I'm not sure that's the version I'm used to, but all right. And when he had fasted, so he was led up by the Spirit to be tempted by the devil. So the Spirit, God, presumably, was the one that wanted Jesus to be tempted. So he's playing the joke game. He's like, do whatever you want with my guy. And when he had fasted 40 days and 40 nights, afterward he was hungry. Well, no shit. Now when the tempter came to him, he said, if you are the Son of God, command that these stones become bread. He's trying to get him to just use his powers, just like, yeah, just to satisfy your belly, do it. But he answered and said, it is written, man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of God. But you could have made the stones anything. You could have made it, a pizza or something. Then the devil took him up into the holy city, set him on the pinnacle of the temple, and said to him, if you are the Son of God, throw yourself down, for it is written, he shall give his angels charge over you, and in their hands they shall bear you up, lest you dash your foot against a stone. Well, clearly that's not the case, because you're going to get crucified. But okay, yeah, he should just go ahead and jump off of this freaking this big temple top, the top of the temple, tippy top, right? Okay. Jesus said to him, it is written again, you shall not tempt the Lord your God. Okay, so they're just arguing over what's written in the book. Okay, yeah. 8, and again the devil took him up on an exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, all these things I will give you if you will fall down and worship me. Okay, so there's the kicker. First, he's just trying to get him to do magic tricks, and he's like, hey, why don't you pray to me instead of your dad? I can give you the whole world. Then Jesus said unto him, or said to him, see, you start talking like that. Away with you, Satan, for it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and him only you shall serve. Then the devil left him, and behold, angels came and ministered to him. Wow, fancy story. Actually, that is super duper disinteresting. That is like probably one of the worst Bible stories, I think. Not Plano. I don't find it compelling. The devil is like, do a magic trick. No, worship me. No, all right, I'll go away then. Whatever. That's like the worst temptation. Like, they're not gonna like torture his fucking mom, and well, he didn't have any oxen, right? So they can't kill them.
So you're possibly trying to slander God, as God judges people based on their love to him. So it's the quantity, it's the quality of knowledge, not the quantity of knowledge.
Wait, no. You said you didn't, it had nothing to do with the knowledge, it had to do with the love, right? It was all about the love. But you're excused for not loving God enough if you're an atheist, right? But you still have to love God? Am I confused? What isn't that what you said?
Stated before, or maybe I said this to somebody else. Everybody knows God exists.
Yeah, you said that like a couple minutes ago.
Indirectly or directly know that our biblical God exists, depending on their exposure to the Bible and their understanding of words. But if somebody doesn't understand how to read the Bible, then they would indirectly know that our biblical God exists.
But just because you understand the words in the Bible and you can read them and comprehend them doesn't mean that you should believe the words in the Bible are true. You're not justifying that.
No, but it's not a precondition. So it's a believeth in Jesus, so you believeth in what he represented. Jesus is God.
Is that what he's...
So you believeth in objective morality.
This guy, it's his fault.
When I was a Christian, we all believed that God was within us and that like we'd close our eyes and like find...
Oh yeah, I'm still trying to name that interlocutor. I know I recognize this voice. I just cannot put a name to the voice. So if anybody recognizes, I know who this is. We know who this is.
This, like, the God within our own spirit. So I think maybe what you're referring to is like, at least for people who have never read the Bible, is like they know that the God within their own soul, within their own spirit, like kind of the foundation of reality in a way.
Yeah, you're possibly dodging the argument. You're on the hot seat.
You're arguing.
I'm not on an argument.
Do you agree?
He's like, I don't even want to argue here.
That I stated, premise 1, premise 2,
do we have to argue?
and the conclusion.
Can't we all just get along?
If premise 2 was the scripture, no, I don't agree with that.
Well, I've already justified.
If premise 1 is no, if the justification is the scripture, it's like a cyclical justification. I don't know what else to call it.
I'll simplify it again.
Sure.
Circular reasoning.
I try to get this as simple as I can.
Yeah.
So God authorized biblicalism as
through the Bible.
Genesis.
That's cyclical.
It doesn't matter.
That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know what
so
that means.
Premise 1, though.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. You don't know what a cycle is?
What it means is you're saying the scripture authorized the scripture to be the ultimate word of God.
I say God authorized the Bible as Genesis 1:1 references.
And where do you learn that? Through the Bible.
No, through sacred theology, the revelation of God,
ontotheology. Boy. There he goes again.
Okay, so you found that through yourself, or did you find that through the Bible?
We found this through revelation of God. So we have stated
who are we?
Through the Bible?
Even before reading the Bible, we know that God exists, and out of love.
So you just knew.
Don't interrupt me.
Ever since you were a baby.
Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. So
why not? We're having a conversation.
Even before reading the Bible, we know that God exists, and that out of love, he created the heavens and the earth.
I think that trumps Darth Dawkins. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. that's got to be the fucking best theist fucking shtick ever.
And this just so happens. No, we know this is empiricism. So we know God exists and that he created the heavens and the earth. And this is referenced within the first sentence of the Bible.
The first sentence of the Bible. And on the first day... Oh, wait, that wasn't it. I always forget that. I always get those mixed up because I always feel like it says... yeah, so it doesn't actually say that. I'm not going to go look at the first verse of the Bible. What else we're going to watch? I feel like I have something in here, maybe? It's probably in here. If not, I'll go find something else. This Junior. Oh, yeah, it was on Sammy's show earlier for a minute, and I got kicked out. By the internet, not by Sammy, by the way. No, the internet dropped on me. Sammy didn't kick me out. You didn't kick me out, Sam. Oh, just for those who are listening who don't. But yeah, I was hanging out for a bit and watched these last night. Oh, there we go. There's that Ski Mask Andy video I wanted to find last night. It's in my history. I guess he didn't delete it. I didn't see it on his channel when I looked, though.
Based upon yesterday's mutiny, some things have to...
Wrong button. I hit the wrong button.
Change. I just deleted the other stream. Why? What is the coincidence? Right when I go live, someone texts me. There's a coincidence there. What up?
What's up, William?
Hey, take a look at that monkey.
I'm a marmoset today.
What's the difference?
Marmosets, they're tiny, tiny little monkeys, and I think they have a slightly different genealogy or something. But yeah.
Is this indicative of some sort of mood that you're in? Are you feeling small today or timid?
No. It's a gag. Kat started calling me Marmoset. She had a couple of different monikers, and then I started a troll channel called Mobile Marmoset. So, yeah.
You were asking about the interlocutor on the last video. I'm not positive, but it sounds like Graham Gould.
Oh no! I know. No, that's well, I mean, it might be biblically, Christologically. His name is Ultimated Judeo-Christian now. Yeah, that's the one guy. Okay. No, I was asking about the other guy, the American guy on there. I know
who that was.
I know the voice from the community. So.
Mm-hmm. I couldn't believe I was wrong about Graham, but that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I've known about biblically for a while. I think I was one of the first to encounter him in our circle, and he ended up over. He's on one of my episodes for last year.
Christologically, that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
I've heard him once or twice, but I don't have the tolerance to sit through much of his stuff.
Yeah, at first he annoyed the shit out of me, but then once I started actually watching his streams, I find it hilarious. And he doesn't just like go troll; he'll troll anybody, like with his arguments. He does not care. He's on like every type of channel. You'll find him in like open rooms with millennials who are just like, dude, what the hell are you going on about? You know, like. What's up, Skyworks? Good to see you.
I haven't heard him in a while. I didn't even realize that he debated people or.
No, he just pretty much, he's got like a series of different arguments, and depending on who he's talking to or what mood he's in that day, he will just come into any conversation and just open cold with his, so biblically, and then he'll just go into it. He's got like a set number of scripts. It seems like he's working on some new ones, and then he will just just like we were saying, just circular reasoning ad nauseum. But people will get, like, some people will start laughing at him and it's cool. Some people get really, really upset in those conversations. They get pissed, dude. And he's crashing their room. That's what's so hilarious. They can just kick him out.
That's bold. That's bold.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll hear that in some of his videos where they'll just frickin' kick him out of the stream, and he'll say, "Well, it appears my interlocutor has kicked me out of the stream," and then he'll try to go back in.
Speaking of getting kicked out of streams, it looks like Skyworks has been getting the works over there at Praise I Am's.
Oh yeah, I saw him in the chat over there. Yeah, that's one I can't keep up with. I'm always like, man, they're just, it's like a bunch of frickin' schoolgirls over there, or school kids just talking smack about each other. Although I appreciate they were ripping on Darth when I left. Everybody in that community seems to be terrified of Darth Dawkins. It's like,
I don't know why. He's not so bright.
Yeah, it's interesting because of like the following he has. I think a lot of people think that it's more like it gives him more clout, and they don't realize that probably like 90% of that is trolls. Like, people love to just hear him fucking lose his shit.
Oh yeah, like Tom Rabbit.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you make an entire you can make a livelihood out of fucking with Darth.
Absolutely, and people do. But I've actually heard some atheist debaters say they actually respect Darth a lot in the style of his argument, and the way he is kind of unheeding. Because if you're going to be like an honest Christian, and like from a philosophical perspective, you have to kind of toe that line, right? Now, Darth does it to the extreme, to where he's running ad homs and just freaking out on people, but the argument is really hard to get around once you start getting into the ontology of it, right?
He's still leaning on the Bible.
Oh yeah. Ultimately, yeah, he's got to lean on the Bible.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know that I would let him get away with using the Bible without trying to substantiate the validity of the text. You know what I'm saying?
So I tried to pin him down on that when I had my conversation with him, and he refused to acknowledge Christianity. And the way he did it to me was he said, you just have to, accept that you can't logically assume that there is no creator. So it was like a watchmaker argument, basically, kind of type of thing. And I was like, but what if I don't, And then when I tried to bring up the Bible, he explicitly said, no, this has nothing to do with Christianity. This is just, why are you an atheist? And he pulled that one on me. So I had to justify not believing.
I would give him the creator God. I'd say, okay, let's say I grant you the creator God. Now, how do we get from the creator God to the Yahweh? What makes you think that the creator God, since there's loads of creator gods through all the myths, what makes Yahweh the one?
Yeah, and I didn't quite get there with him in that one. I ended up having to end the friggin' stream and stuff, and I was just not having it that day. I was not in a good way. So, but I did get a little, like, almost a half a prayer out of him. He was like, "I do want Jesus to come into your heart." At the end, and that was the only part of the conversation I saved. I freaking canned the rest of it, like a 2-hour freaking stream. And I had Jill in there too. That was the first time I talked to Jill. And yeah, I just deleted the whole thing except Darth at the end saying, I am a real Christian. I do want you to find Jesus in your heart. And that was all I left up there. So
at least he'll give you that. I've never heard Jill or Veckel do that with anybody.
Yeah.
Like, they're not as classy as Darth, even though Darth is kind of a mongoloid.
Well, yeah, because I straight up accused him at that point. I was like, are you trolling? Like, not in the sense of, like, are you really a Christian? Because I've questioned that, or whether he's just, like, a debate enthusiast who takes up this position for his online shtick, And he's, like, sounded pretty sincere when he backed it up, say, no, that's not the case.
They believe all the stuff that they're saying, but, I mean, I'm going to tell you, just from coming out of the Christian faith, they think that if you grant them the creator, that you're also granting that it is Yahweh. And when you try to get them to connect it, because see, that was asked of me before, and I couldn't fucking do it. I couldn't make the leap from a God to Yahweh. And that's why I know that they can't do it either. It's just a selection. They are selecting Yahweh to be the creator God that they're going to worship out of all the creator gods.
Well, yeah, and it's convenient because he's the one that, most of their family and friends are worshiping and stuff, right? So they're just, going with the crowd on that one. Like, that's why a while ago I had a stream that I was trying to call, I called it Define Your Deity. And I wanted to try and get people to describe what the attributes of a god would be. Like, leave aside any, type of religious previous religious beliefs, but if there were an omnipotent creator, what would that look like? What would that thing do? You know what I mean? Other than just create shit, you know what I mean? Like, obviously that, but
now you've pushed that more towards the Yahweh category. You don't even have to do an omnipotent creator. It doesn't require the omnipotence or the omniscience or any of the omnis.
Well, right.
So again, like, you're giving them too much if you give them an omnipotent anything, because that's one of the holes that you want to shoot in their argument. If they're like, well, it's got to be all powerful, and you're like, no, why? Why would he have to be? Wouldn't he just need to be sufficiently powerful enough to create what he's done? Why would he need to have all logical powers to do this? So there's so many other gods that could fit in there. But if you grant them the all powerful, that goes back to the Platonic omni god that Christianity embraces now. And
that's where I would, my rationale was that if the God, I keep saying he, because we do that, but no, if the God, whatever it is, it either must be limited in power, or it must not have any type of morality or a moral compass, in reference to humans, because of the suffering clause, right?
Yeah, it gives you if the
God had an
suffering, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I figured it must have some limited amount of power to
you can
prove
suffering. And you can prove to the Christians that it is limited, because one of the things that over and over again you see the God of the Bible lamenting about is that he can't get man to love him. Over and over again, he's got to threaten man into loving him, or at least worshiping him.
And biblically back there, that was his criterion. It didn't have anything to do with belief. It was about how much you love God. That was what he said specifically, and then he dialed it back to something else. But that was the statement that stood out to me.
Well, the other thing that I've noticed that Christians will just do, and I did it myself too, is they excuse all the bad things that the Old Testament God does, just because it says in various places that the God is righteous and just and merciful and all that, loving. I'm like, well, it says that, but it's telling a different story here if you look at what the motherfucker's doing.
So I've actually heard some people make the justification that God matures somehow, or changes, or evolves, or adapts in some way over the course of from Old Testament to New Testament, which seems absurd, right? But what do you think about that?
That it changed?
Yeah.
Well, if you really want to know, I'm more of a Marcionite when it comes to that idea, but yeah, you could see the evolution of the Hebrew God, like from the tribal times, and then like this, because it was plural in the beginning, and it was really like a war god. It was part of a pantheon. Yahweh was, and then Jews, after going to Babylon, I believe, that captivity, they kind of got more the monotheistic kind of thing, or it might have been in Egypt.
Yeah, well, it came from the Egyptians, because the Egyptians had their gods, but the one god in the Egyptian culture was the pharaoh, right? They were supposed to be like the Christ figure, the embodiment on earth or whatever. So they were kind of the ultimate god. And then you got so yeah, the
well, there was a
the
consolidation.
Israelites, and there was another tribe that was monotheistic, I think, at the time.
But it really wasn't monotheistic if you think about it, though. It was more like I can't say the word monolatry. Like there was a pantheon, but they only worshipped the big god, or who they considered the big god, and that was because Yahweh had all these other gods in the pantheon kind of folded into his character to kind of compete with the other gods that were coming up in the other tribes and stuff like that, you know. Because you get this my god is bigger than your god fight, and all the letters between these emperors and rulers and shit.
Well, I think the other thing that's overlooked is, coming from agrarian societies, right? Like, so all those lesser gods were usually in reference to, okay, this one brings the rain, this one makes the crops grow, this one's gonna, make my, keep my herd of sheep safe or something. Sorry, I'm looking for the cord to my headphones.
Well, I heard the zipper, and that made me a little nervous. That flashback.
Sorry. I'm like, where is it? Yeah, so I see it that way. Like, we there was a purpose behind all those other gods, and then you just had the one big god that was kind of in charge of them all. But that was just kind of like, well, just a unifying concept.
There's so many holes in the evolution. Now, I will say that it looks like the God in the Old Testament learns. I used to be an open theist. That was part of my steps out of Christianity. But yeah, it does. It's apparent that if you're going to hold to the Old Testament as being talking about the same God and all, you see the God making mistakes.
I am so sorry because I just plugged my headphones in and I missed almost everything you just said.
Look at that beautiful monkey. My hobby.
Are we on?
What's happening right now?
I'm having technical.
Am I having?
What's Gelton? That's Gelton. Sorry.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Oh.
Yes, I didn't recognize you were doing like an accent that I didn't recognize in it.
Oh.
I didn't recognize you, hubby.
I was trying to do the accent that you do when you greet the monkey.
Hey, take a look at that monkey.
Take a look at that monkey.
Yeah, that's from a YouTube video. Yeah.
Is it?
Yeah, you've never. I thought you knew.
You need.
No, I did.
Holy shit!
And use it.
Yeah, how do you not? Let me pull it up for you. I'll post it in the private chat. I can't believe you don't know that I've been doing this all this time because of a viral video.
No.
Okay, hold on. Take a look at this monkey. That's the name of the video. Hold on. All right. Hold on, I'm gonna post it. It tickles me every time I see it. Okay, private chat. There we go. Paste it right in there.
Hey, you got a pretty good Roo accent there.
Hang around this fucker.
Yeah.
Close this one out.
Do you know, it's really bizarre, but it's actually a terrible Aussie accent. It doesn't sound Australian at all, but it's the accent that the international world hear as Aussie.
Right. Look, just give me some time. I'm working on it.
You'll get there, yeah. But at the moment,
the longer we're married, I'm sure.
Ready?
Yeah.
And look at this monkey.
He's like, fuck you, man. I'm subscribed to this channel, too.
Look at this monkey.
That was great.
Monkey.
He comes to smash him in the face.
It's strange that we're all fuzzy fuckers up here on the screen. It's nice.
It's a furry party. Yeah.
I think
I think you're breaking up.
Okay, it's not just me. Broke out
my shit's all fucked up over here. Sorry. I need a new computer very badly. That's gonna happen.
Same here. That's gonna be my first project once I get moved in over there. Just get like basic ass PC. Chromebook's good, but or that, yeah. I'm not smart enough for that.
I am.
I took apart a computer once when I was like a teenager, but I totally ruined the thing. Couldn't figure any of it out.
Yeah, I ran one over with a truck once, so I guess we're right there on the same line there. Just did something pointless and took apart a computer that didn't work anymore afterwards.
Yeah. Let's not talk about the drug years, because I did all kinds of pointless taking apart of shit there.
I think methamphetamine was your drug of choice.
Yeah. Well, I didn't choose it.
Clean the fuck out of everything inside of this vehicle.
Actually, I was for a tweaker. I wasn't that worried about cleaning per se. But I'll tell you what, I could actually fix some shit. Just not most of the shit, just some of the shit.
It's crazy. I was just watching a video of methamphetamine use in the German and Finnish army in World War II. Some dude took 30 tabs of meth when they were running from Soviets and lost his mind and was wandering around, accidentally set fire to a Soviet encampment. I mean, and himself. But it was fucking crazy. He turned out to be like the meth head hero. He went 2 weeks with nothing to eat, lost in the fucking. I mean, and when they found him, he was still high. His heartbeat was still 200 beats per whatever minute.
Oh, I'll bet. Yeah, speed will let you drain yourself like till there's nothing left. Like that's.
He's 94 pounds. Yeah, he was 94 fucking pounds when they found him. Or when he made it back to camp after blowing himself up with a landmine. Crazy.
I know. Fucking love this shit.
I mean, I've known people who are like fully functional. They figure out some way to make it work, and they do, a little bit here and there, but it's every day. They have to do it every day. But, and people don't notice. Like, you have to know or look for very particular signs to find out that they're on it, because it can be hard to tell the difference between them and just, an average workaholic,
Yeah, except when the teeth start falling out and shit.
Grinding and the dilated pupils.
That's really mostly a symptom from smoking it. So if you don't smoke it, and surprisingly, actually, slammers are the ones who get away with it most easily. They're actually the ones using needles, but again, they're using very small controlled quantities and stuff like that, maintenance doses, and they know how to do it well. So people are able to hide addiction in many different ways. But again, I mean, like, can you compare that to pharmaceuticals? I mean, is it different than taking your daily Adderall? I don't know. Like, as long as you don't freak out and tweak out, then whatever,
Dude, the thing is, it's about classification. We haven't classified coffee. Excuse me. Big bong. We haven't classified coffee as a narcotic. So it's perfectly fine for people to wake up and pump that shit all day long and no one bats an eyelid. But if you said a daily controlled amount meth user, you're a junkie.
Right. Yeah. It's even weird the way they, even though the drug classification is the same. Nice, William. Even though the drug classification is the same, like really, there's not a big difference between cocaine and meth in that regard. But a lot of people look at cocaine as being the higher class one for whatever reason, and I guess the coke users don't tend to lose all their teeth as quickly. So, but I'm like, you're doing the same thing. You're tweaking too, man. Like just because you think you're powdered cleaner,
Can't be trusted with any sort of speed. That's why I have to leave it all alone.
See, now I have the type where it's totally different for me in the sense that I can do a little bit of coke and have a good time and whatnot, and then go to bed and wake up the next morning and slightly hungover, and that's it. Like it's not like if I do a tiny little bit of speed, there's I'm probably going to be up for like 2 days, and then I'm going to be freaking out at the end of it. It's going to be a whole ordeal. It's like no, thank you. Who is that? Is that Eric Estrada, dude?
Yeah, but doesn't he look like he's hiding from the cops in this?
Yeah. I was thinking about Eric Estrada.
How is that not Bruno Mars?
It's probably Bruno Mars's uncle or something.
I thought all this time, Will, that you had Bruno Mars as an avatar.
Even when I wrote the name Eric Estrada on my... You thought I just made the name up? Eric Estrada?
Yeah, I had no idea what it meant. I thought it was pretty funny still. It was a fucking cool name.
Yeah, he was on a TV show called Chips in the States back in the 80s.
Okay.
Yeah, 70s and 80s probably.
I think he was also a child actor, right? He was one of those. He started out as a kid somewhere, and then he ended up being Chips. And
he was in a real famous movie,
but he actually wasn't like molested.
Yeah, he was in The Cross and the Switchblade, which is a movie about Nicky Cruz and his conversion to Christianity. Yeah. And that's where Eric Estrada got popular. Believe it or not.
Did you say Gary Coleman was molested?
Oh, I did. And who didn't want to molest Gary Coleman? I did. I wanted to.
Well, I was about to say,
look at my avatar. Of course I wanted to.
I was about to say, who the fuck molested a little dwarf boy? And, well, I guess that answers my question.
That's what the papacy's for. Why do you think they have a room called the rectory?
Wow.
Do you think? All right, was on in terms of organized religion, do you think Catholicism's the most harmful in that regard, or do you think it just gets the most publicity? Do you think that's just like a stereotype?
I think that it's up there, but I think it gets the most publicity.
It's the bigger threat.
Yeah, because of the sheer size of it.
Yep.
But per capita or per whatever you want to, however you want to ratio it, JWs would far beat the Catholics.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more. The Jehovah's Witnesses are a lot more clandestine with their activities. We don't see a lot of what goes on back there.
I think you got.
Oopsie.
Things right out of papacy. I mean, the JWs don't have a seat at the United Nations. Sorry, I said the JWs don't have a seat at the United Nations.
True. Yeah, but he said in terms of child sex abuse.
Yeah, that was what I was focusing on there.
In general, I would say the Catholic Church does far more damage.
I thought we were talking about threat, but if it's just about
just about
kids,
kiddie sexy times.
Yeah, because I think that goes hand in hand with the way churches function, and there's certain churches. There's the combination. You have both the sexual repression, but then also leaving these people alone with children. And so you're like, we expect them to not get their rocks off somewhere. Well, where are they going to get them off? Well, probably with the kids, because that's where they spend most of their time, I guess. That just kind of made sense to me, but
Sunday school.
Yeah. I don't think people are meant to be asexual.
Youth group.
Hey, good night, Pragmatic Crystal.
No.
Thanks for stopping by.
It's not in the Bible. It's not biblical. I don't know how the...
Oh, no, yeah, that's an old thing. That's the celibacy is about, that's like an Eastern thing.
It's like not self-punishment, but keeping things from yourself as like a penitence or ultimate chasteness, whatever.
Well, the idea is still the same as it would be in Eastern religions. You're trying to harness the life force, right? So you don't want to spill a drop of semen. You know what I mean?
I thought it was about giving in to the fleshly desires.
Well, that's if you want to use the Christian exoteric view of it, then sure.
I see what you're getting at.
Yeah, so
you're saying it's sort of based in the Eastern philosophy of.
It's kind of a Gnostic thing. It's like the chi or the vril or what's the other thing? You got the chakras in the Eastern, but the whole thing is to harness the life force.
Well, the chakra is like the source, I think, and then the chi is. So I think you're thinking more of like. There's another word there for like sexual energy. Well, it may be aligned with one of the chakras.
Prana?
Yeah, something like that.
Go back to that for a sec, Kev. I just wanted to point something out.
Sorry.
That's a third not definition, but a third iteration of it again. They've watered it down to now be not about chasteness or holiness. It's about not having a divided heart.
Yeah,
so you have more time to spend on Christ. What the actual fuck?
And you dedicate a special gift of God by which sacred ministers can more easily remain close to Christ with an undivided heart and can dedicate themselves more freely to the service of God and their neighbor. So, but I don't see that's like a Wikipedia answer. So I don't know. This one's U.S. Catholic. So I don't.
Check out the Catholic
through celibacy, the priest mirrors the love that Christ has for all. A love.
Oh my God, that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah.
Oh, is it big? They mean because Christ didn't have sex, according to them.
According to
what
them,
they're doing.
Right.
They're trying to imitate Christ.
Nobody knows what the hell Jesus said or
Jesus
did.
was banging everything that came at him, man. I'm telling you.
Man, we don't know that. We really don't know what he said. How do you know?
Because
at least that Mary would.
I'm human and I'm honest about humanity.
You're a pervert.
And I know that we like to have sex.
Yeah, but some more than
I am
other.
A pervert.
Yeah. Jamie, come in. I mean, if that's okay with Monkey. Jamie's pretty cool.
I'm fine with it. I was gonna say
I like me some Jamie. Jamie's like at least honest about hell. Like, I really appreciate the work he does with the Christians about hell.
Skyworks is out there.
Oh, yep. He got kicked out of Praises. Well, he got out of the chat.
Good work.
Right. It doesn't take much.
No. I got banned within 5 minutes, I think. First time I ever went there.
Don't ever call him fat shit. I mean, he gets really upset over it.
Does that make him mad? I was going to sign up.
I did it once. I just did it once, and he went on this rampage trying to make everyone think I was a midget. I mean, I must have hit him right where it hurts by calling him fat shit. But I think it was a well-timed, because he started in on me as soon as I came into that hangout, so he asked for it.
See, he felt demasculated, and so his response is what he thinks is an equal reaction to what you did. You attacked his fatness, so he's going to attack your height.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he found some poor schmuck on Facebook that's an actual midget, and he's fucking tearing this dude down because he thinks that my name in real life is Will Freeman.
That's terrible.
I mean, it works for me. I mean, it's bad for that guy, but like watching him attack this poor innocent man, it's sad, but it's funny too because that guy's gonna get tired of that shit. No, I am a midget, Jamie. I am a midget, but my name is not Will Freeman. That's what I'm trying to say. Quite a midget. Actually, I'm shorter than the guy that praises harassing.
And
that's really me in the avatar. That's really me. I'm a Willow lookalike.
No shit.
I don't know if you've seen it, Kev, but Will asked him, begged him, said, please contact me on Facebook. Please contact me and tell me about how there was no babies at the flood. But please post it.
Oh, shit.
Please post it. Because we need to see that shit.
I know he didn't risk.
Oh, what is happening here?
Is it? Oh.
It's Cat. Hello, Cat. Yeah, no, I did not see that at all. So, I guess I'm in the dark.
A science dingo ate my faith, baby.
Yeah, it's hard not to like Jamie. He's a really good guy.
Yeah, we're just hanging out. Yeah, Jamie's. Although I do give shit over the numerology thing, but yeah, whatever.
But here's what I'm saying: like Jamie was my first clue about praising them because I used to be an SDA, and I know that they're just as much of a Christian as any other group that calls themselves Christian, right? But Jamie's trying to show them what they believe, and Praise is busy calling him a heretic and everything else, and like does so many streams on Jamie.
Yeah,
but
that's true. Yeah,
I was like, I know these people, and SDAs are good folks, man. They're good people.
Do you know? I sort of got a bit more clarity in my head on how what's happening over there, and it's. Yeah, they do all the, ad homs and insults and say really dumb shit and all that. But the bigger thing, the most dishonest thing, is that they do not entertain what people tell them. The wall is up before you've finished even your sentence,
It's a security huddle.
Yes.
It's a security huddle. They get together. These are the ones that are just really trying to cling on to the closed-minded behavior pattern. They're going to hold on to being shut off to all other ideas.
Do you think that that's because they see like you and Bond and they've been told, the Bible says if you let doubt creep into your heart or this or that, you're going to turn into a dirty satanic atheist. So they put that wall up mentally to not let that happen. But what that does is kill their reasoning and critical thinking.
I think that more and more Christians are going to notice this stuff and step away from that shit. That behavior, at least. I'm not saying they're going to leave Christianity, but they're going to stop going to praises when they see if they had sympathy for how like Jamie gets treated and some of the others.
If Christianity wound up like I don't know, what did China have with the lucky cats and all that Taoism? With it, there's no real God. There's no punish people for this or that. It's all just about doing you. You know what I mean?
Say that part again.
Do we know who White Noise is? I'm a little nervous.
No.
Jamie. That's Jamie. You're good.
That is Jamie?
Oh.
Yeah, I recognize his picture. Yeah.
All right.
He's a good guy. You got my word. If that's Jamie, he's a good guy, and I think it's Jamie.
Jamie, is that you?
It's me.
Okay.
The religions out there that are mostly secular and that don't have the aspect to them of punishment. Like, that's just about the self and enlightenment and the connection with the divine. That's great. If there was 2 billion of those calling themselves Christians, I wouldn't even be doing this anymore on YouTube fighting against Christianity. You know what I mean? But it's that extra bit that Christianity has about sin and punishment and coming with a sword. It's very militant.
Yeah, and they also, I mean, it is in there that they need to proselytize and evangelize, right? So the whole keeping your faith to yourself, type of thing, that really doesn't work, like, because it's actually against their core tenets.
I know, right? And I'm an ex-witness. I should have realized that. I mean, that's what is appealing about Judaism.
Do you think Judaism was always
no
evangelist?
No.
It's kind of interesting that after the Christian period, they kind of switched.
Yeah. They used to be the murder tribe before Christianity was. Like,
well, I would say Christianity was the murder tribe after about 500 years. Once they got enough, once Constantine made it legal.
Yeah.
Use and catch up.
That's right, because then it started to be about using Christ when you were going to war and in the name of Christ. And
yeah, that wasn't much of a thing and before that because they were mostly being not appreciated or whatever. But then when he makes it legal, it's supposedly because he has a vision and he puts the sign of the cross on his shields or something, and then they win the battle. That's the story. I don't know. I don't necessarily believe
he was a Mithraist. Mithraist? Is that right?
Some people say that. It's hard to know for sure. I mean, he was, and then he was, and then he. There's evidence of that, and the question is, did he really convert? And a lot of people say he did, and some don't. So whatever that would mean.
And wasn't the cross originally Egyptian? I think it was called
the Ankh.
Yeah,
the Ankh. That's it.
I don't know. People make that case. I don't think it's really valid. I would just say it's a coincidental kind of shape thing, because I don't think the cross was necessarily an original thing people were caring about. But I mean, it became that sort of thing, like an icon sort of thing. Like a sign.
Have you heard the argument that, which you can actually look into the root words in that the word cross isn't, it's not actually the word cross in the Bible? And that, archaeology has, found that they mainly use stakes or X's as opposed to crosses.
Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know how valid it is. I think the original argument for that sort of thing is because of that verse. It says he's like cursed is the one who's hangs on a tree as part of it, but I think it's just loose language. I don't think it really matters, honestly. Like whether it was a cross or not. It shouldn't matter.
Exactly, but like I guess my point is that it does matter. it has not only become important.
The fact that it doesn't matter.
It is the central thing to Christianity is the cross. Embrace the cross. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. It is a weird idea because I think a lot of Christians literally take it the wrong way, in a weird kind of paganistic way. That's this idea that like God's literally pleased with, like, oh, he doesn't see you being bad. It's like, you know, Christians are always like, you just want to keep sinning. That's why you don't believe in God. And then it's like, but then once you become a Christian, it's like, then it's all good, you know?
I was listening to another stream earlier where they were talking about the historical context at the time of the cross, though, because the Romans were like literally crucifying people, you know, pretty regularly. So that was like a symbol to them of oppression. And so they were kind of, you know, using it against the oppressor in that way historically.
Well, even more to that point, was that they reserved it for for Jews and non-Romans. So it was Romans got a more dignified death and a quick death, whereas, you know, it was part of the torture was the indignity. You were stripped and then left up there and then not allowed to be buried. So even the idea of Joseph of Arimathea taking the body down doesn't even fit with the culture of the time.
Yeah, but that wasn't always the case with the Romans. I mean, depending upon the period you're talking about, I mean, they did horrendous shit even to their own people.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I just mean around the Romans around is the Jews at the time.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They would have never let Joseph of Arimathea fucking give Jesus a tomb. There's no way in hell Pontius Pilate was a bloodthirsty, you know, a hateful motherfucker. That's recorded in history. I'm just saying.
And I want to ask this question, right? Because this idea of the cross becoming so central and important. What if the trend of the time was to not crucify but to behead? Would Christians be walking around with an axe around their neck?
Probably. That would be so much more metal.
Probably.
You think they would? Because
that would have been a lot more nice.
Beheading is like the messiest way to do it, though, right? Because then you got
most of
the blood's going to come out of the body once you take the head off.
No, the Viking blood eagle's messier.
They did that. They invented the guillotine, I think, to be less gruesome or less to do a clean, fast death.
Yeah, to be quick. Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's to prevent suffering, but that doesn't mean that it's not messy. Like the act in itself, they have to catch the head in a basket and then, probably drain the body out onto a. You know.
You've read the stories about the evidence for like that. You probably don't die right away.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I don't know how they've tested, but I believe it's 8 seconds after you're beheaded before.
Yeah, I'm going to read you something because this is really gruesome.
I once watched a
they
chicken.
say that you can still see for 8 seconds, and your brain is the thing that feels pain and whatnot. Imagine what else you experience for that 8 seconds.
I once watched a chicken run around for like a solid 2.5 minutes. It ran straight back to its coop with no head, and it knew where it was going.
Hey, my grandparents had a chicken. My grandpa went to cut the head off. It struggled, missed. He cut half the head off, so the lower part of the beak was still there. They had that thing for like 2 more years. They fed it with a fucking scoop, and it walked around and it did.
Half a head. William, come back. Oh.
That's in Ripley's Believe It or Not. That story. It's funny.
Well,
the guy fed the chicken with like a syringe, like without a needle, and he would like pour it down his neck, and it died from like choke. He choked it on accident.
That happens all the goddamn time. That's not even a rare thing. All their brain is in their neck because you can cut out the actual brain part. They don't use it.
Yeah, it's the brain stem is the important part.
Yeah, humans, it's a bit different. If you cut me off at the lower jaw, I don't think I'd be running around. I don't know.
Okay, let me
You
read
wouldn't
you
die,
this.
though.
This is amazing. This is good.
Go for it, Jamie.
In 1905, a French physician sought to find out how long someone's head could stay alive or whatever. He attended an execution and stood close to the guillotine. He approached as soon as the severed head tumbled into the basket below and called out the man's name. He claims the eyelids lifted and the man looked briefly at him before lowering his gaze. The physician called his name again and received a similar response. The man did not respond to a third prompt. The physician concluded, based on his observations, that a severed head could retain consciousness for 25 to 30 years. The physician might have been correct. Yeah, you can actually read, the guy recorded it, and he was like, I called the guy's name out, and the guy looked at his eyes like he was irritated at him. And like,
but you said 25 to 30 years.
Over. What's that?
Did you accidentally said 25
years?
to 30?
I mean seconds.
Oh, okay. I was like, no, definitely not 30 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I was going to say 20 years. That's...
Yeah, that's ridiculous. Yeah. No, but he calls out the guy's name, and the guy opened his eyes and responded, and then closed his eyes, and then he waited, and then he asked it again, and the guy opened his eyes and looked at him like he was irritated, and then he did it a third time, and his eyes didn't open, and he pulled up the eyelids, and his eyes were like glazed over.
Did he repeat it?
Yeah, he did it twice, and the guy would open his eyes.
No, sorry. Like on a person.
There's other studies. That's just like a kind of
could just be an anomaly.
It could be an anomaly, but it's kind of freaky. But there's no reason to think you would actually just die instantly. You would,
you're right.
Weird. It happens.
But then there's the electrical impulses might continue for a little bit. So how aware he was, like, did his eyes just twitch and it happened to be in the direction the dude was? You know what I mean? I guess the fact that happened twice,
I would think you could be unaware. You'd be totally out of it, I'm sure, but like I don't think you would just be instantly snuffed out.
I feel like it would probably be like, when you're mostly asleep, you're like, 7/8 of the way asleep, and like, you're 9 years old or something, and you're in your bedroom, and your ma shouts your name, and like your eyes open up for like half a second, and you go, ugh. Right? I feel like that's probably roughly the maximum amount you would get if you were just ahead.
If you were like poised to like wonder how long you're going to be alive, and you were like, but if some people have weird reactions to dying, like they're in denial about it, and so.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the natural response is to not want to die.
Shock is a hell of a thing. Shock will keep you alive. You could have 18. You could have no heart left from 18 bullets in your chest and still be walking around for 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's kind of weird. Like, it's not even exactly easy to know for sure, like, what constitutes the moment of death, because you could do it by your heart rate, you can do it by brain activity.
Well, yeah, that's why we tend to use brain activity more often now, because you can even, like you can stop breathing for whatever reason and still be alive for quite a while, right? Like,
I mean, when I worked in a cemetery, I still did the thing where I took a mirror and held it up to the corpse's mouth just to make sure there was no condensation. You never know. I don't want to be the one to bury a living person, is all I'm saying.
Sometimes I had a guy.
People are dead and they're not.
I had a guy on my bus, and I almost thought he was dead for a minute, and then I felt him, and I was like, no, he's still warm, he's not dead. But then I thought, is he ODing? And, I was finally able to wake him up, but it's hectic. And then you're like, okay, I can't tell if he's breathing, like really shallow breathing. Check for the pulse. Okay, you've got pulse. You have life most of the time, right? Like, and then you got to figure it out from there. But like, absolutely, if you have no brain activity, everything else is shutting down. Like, there's no other way around that.
Well, except when it doesn't. I mean, people in comas, like there are people who are like dead, they're brain dead, and then just fucking wake up after 20 years.
We call them brain dead, but people in comas have lots of brain activity. It's just not conscious activity. That's the only difference there, right? But when there's zero brain activity, then yeah.
I mean, yeah, but I'm pretty sure there have been actual vegetables that have woken up before. I think it's incredibly rare, but I think it does happen where it's just someone's had no brain activity and one day they're just like, hey, where am I? What's with all this science?
Like, how did I get here? Is it still 1974? Yeah, probably. Yeah. I mean, it's probably out there yet.
It's probably best if you think so. It's scary is the stories about people who, where they dig up the thing and they were buried alive, and they can. There's evidence of that.
Yeah,
have you heard of that? That's freaky stuff.
I know. That's why I always did the thing with the mirror right in front of the mouth and the nose, just to see if there's any condensation. Because they may.
Sorry, Kat. Stupid lag in Australia. Yeah, that's where the phrase "saved by the bell" comes from. It's not anything to do with school.
It's the bell they had in the thing.
Yeah, string down into the coffin in case you woke up. You could ring the bell, and there was people hired just to walk around the graveyards 24 hours a day and listen for the bell. Listen for bells.
In my cemetery, we had in the crypt. In every single crypt, there's a light switch, right? In the cemetery I used to work at, there's a light switch. So if someone isn't dead, they can flip a switch and there's these little lights on the outside of the crypt. And they're always on because it's like the eternal burning flame or whatever. But if one's out, you gotta immediately fucking check the bulb. And if the bulb's not burnt, you gotta fucking pry that goddamn thing open, because that means there's a living person or a zombie or a vampire or something. I don't know. If they've been dead for 10 years and it goes out and the bulb's not burned, I just burn the whole place down, I guess. I don't know what the...
Yeah, you're going in with your wooden stakes and holy water, right?
Yeah. I've never had it happen. Every time it's been a burnt bulb. Every time it gave me a heart attack. It's like, okay, that's just an electrical short. Okay, I can fix that. And then it turns back on, and I'm like, okay. No zombie or vampire or whatever the fuck demons. No biblical rapture today. You know, they have that shit. They have all kinds of different things. I mean, all throughout the years of like different levels of technology for that, because we're really bad at telling when people are dead.
Yeah, I like to think we're getting better at it, but yeah,
maybe we're just really bad at dying.
You know what? I like the way you think. I like the way you think.
Just die already. Stop being half dead so that we can't tell.
Get it over with.
Be alive. What the hell is wrong with these people?
I know, right?
Well, there's a weird phenomena in the Midwest where it gets incredibly cold and people get incredibly drunk, and they drunkenly pass out in like snowdrifts outside of bars and shit like that, and they're dead. But what they do is they take him in the ambulance, wrap him in a blanket, and leave him in a warm room for a day. And sometimes they just wake up. Like, they're dead, but they don't declare the time of death for like a day. Because sometimes they just wake the fuck up.
So they just end up out there just frozen solid, and then they're just like, well, we'll see if we can thaw them back out again. Yeah.
Not frozen solid. Like, you know, you can't find a pulse and they're not breathing, but they've only been out there, you know, 6-8 hours or whatever. You just leave them in a warm place wrapped in a blanket. And sometimes they just get up. It's not common, but it happens. So that's what they do. They just leave them in a warm room for a while just to see if they do.
What are we watching?
Sorry, I forgot I wasn't muted.
Oh, you're good.
Fucking idiot. Doing their first shoey. Why would you ever drink out of a fucking filthy shoe?
Oh no, yeah, it's gross. They do it here in a cowboy boot, which I think is infinitely even worse than just a regular shoe. Yeah.
How did that ever become a thing? Just the germs and bacteria and ugh.
Yeah, it's what keeps your immune system strong.
It's manly.
Yeah.
Ooh, makes me sick.
It's a rite of passage.
Yeah, you can't be a man if you don't lick the dirty floor. Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta lick the boot to be a man. This is some metaphor about cops in the military. I don't know.
Yeah, it might be. It might be. But speaking of which, any of y'all know about the actual boot licking fetish, like or shoe licking, or yeah. So
I've been there, my dude.
I've got a thing with the high heels, getting the tip of the high heel or the pointed shoe in the mouth. That's kind of sexy. I don't know.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah, hey, it's not my thing, but I'll engage in it. So I think I'm what you might call a whore.
Right. See, I feel like a whore. I'm just not like actually sociable enough to be a whore. Like everybody says, I'm a fucking man whore, but I'm like, I really haven't had that many partners. Like, I'm more of a flirt,
Yeah.
Sometimes you feel like a nut. Sometimes you don't.
Oh, I'm always a nut. In more ways than one.
How often would you all say you think about sex? Go around the panel with that
one. Do I have to be honest?
Not if you don't want to.
No, I don't care. Honestly, dude, I don't think there's a moment I'm not thinking about it.
What's sex again? No. Every day, right?
I mean,
yeah.
For me, it alternates between work stuff, loo, doing work stuff. Oh, tobacco. Yeah, I like tobacco. Ooh, coffee. Ooh, I'm gonna have beer when I get home. Fuck, sex. Fuck. Coffee. And it just kind of goes in that general cycle, pretty much.
That sounds about right. But I think I would say I'm sexually triggered at least. I can't even name how many times a day. Like when I'm at work, where I'm like, you don't take your mind off that. Walk away from that. That's that looks nice to me. But no, go the other way. Like,
see, and that's how it is for me. That's why I say like, there's not a moment I can be triggered so easily and so often. It's like, am I fucking twisted, or is it like a hormone thing? Do I just pump heaps of testosterone or something? I don't know. What makes people horny as opposed to people who don't really think about sex as much? Is it hormones?
But see, I also there's the hormones, but I think there's like the dependency, like the need for companionship too. Like, because I don't know about you, but I'm single. And so, like, I don't find that tends to be as much of a problem when I have somebody waiting at home, right? Like, I still have a bit of the wandering eye, but it's not like when I'm single, I'm fixated on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, I fully get
just
that.
a whore.
My eye wanders less, but only slightly. That's why I don't think we're meant to be monogamous.
Meant to be? What do you mean? It sounds like there's a purpose or something.
No, as in the purpose we've given ourselves with marriage and all that bullshit. Not like
you think that was a mistake
from a god?
Yeah,
I do. A social mistake.
You don't have kids, do you?
I do. I do have 4 kids, actually.
Don't you think they're better off with 2 functional parents?
2 functional parents, sure. If 2 people can function and be happy, then
yeah, sure.
But it seems to be 50-50. Literally 50% of marriages end in divorce. It's more now. It's like 60 or something.
Great marriages.
Yeah. Those are the statistics.
So it's like maybe some people are predisposed to monogamy and then maybe others aren't. Yeah. I imagine it would be a genetic thing, like, because ideally evolutionary, you want to spread your seed to as many different gene pools as possible.
Yeah, I mean, the
idea of monogamy,
I don't buy that, but
evolves from a security thing.
There's actually some interesting studies on that about. Well, I won't bring it up, but
it seems to me as if, like the at least in Western culture, we have with the expectations for monogamy is people getting married younger and younger. They're encouraged to get married right out of high school in the U.S. or out of primary or whatever, wherever you are, and then there's not, and then I feel like mainstream Christianity kind of discourages dating, really, by discouraging intercourse, like, because that's going to be the point of it. And then so people end up in these marriages very young, and then it's a long, arduous process to get out of it, right? And so by that time, then they're finally kind of actually figuring themselves out, right? But they've been developmentally delayed in that stage because they felt like they needed to get married,
Well, yeah, because they get married because they're horny at like 18 or 19, and their brains aren't fully developed.
And the only way they're going to be able to have sex is to get married.
That's what happened to my
most
parents.
of them go ahead and do it anyway.
Hey, my parents lived a godless, sinless life of living together and not fucking for like 4 or 5 months before they had me. So
I'm the worst type of bastard. My parents were never married. They were never a couple. My mom was underage and my dad was in college, so take from that what you know, it was actually illegal, and so it was like all the worst type of bastard, and then kids found out about that at school, and they gave me no shortage of shit for it. They were just like, "Yep, we're gonna keep giving you shit." But
I was conceived at a Cheap Trick concert.
That's awesome.
I don't know. That's the most fucking Wisconsin thing possible, I think, is being conceived at a Cheap Trick concert.
Cheesehead.
Wow. And it wasn't until you said the word Wisconsin that I heard the Wisconsin in your voice.
Oh, yeah, hey there, bud. Okay, there,
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah, I can turn it on and off. I've lived all over the goddamn place, but I could. God.
That's one of the bizarrest things about America is all the different accents for the one language. And I know it happens like in Britain too, but
you got it too.
Apparently, but how is it that obvious? Like you hear different sorts of Australian accents?
Yeah. I mean, I can only distinguish 2 or maybe 3. I mean, you got like the Bogans, and they're just like, "Hey mate, I'm gonna go on down to Bendigo for a pack of ciggies. We're gonna look at the ambos hopping some petrol, yeah? Wah, 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 wah." Right? And then you have the civilized Australians. Hey, am I wrong?
No. Would that be me? Is that how I sound?
No. No.
I don't sound civilized.
No, you do sound civilized. I thought you were asking if you were the...
Yeah. Nah, don't fuck talk like that.
Yeah. You
do. Squiz.
And then you've got like excuse me, you fucking what?
Squiz. Means can I have welcome? A look? It's give us a squiz.
I've never heard that before in my life.
I hated that. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to use it now to menace people, but...
When they get, can I show you something? It's like, yeah, get squiz.
Squiz me.
Excuse me. But yeah, and then apparently there's one more, and it's what they call the Adelaide accent, because it's mainly just in Adelaide. And it has a touch of maybe, to me, I hear like just a bit of New Zealand mixed in there or something.
Yeah, they do vaguely sound like Ray Comfort. Like if Ray Comfort was like a homeopathic treatment.
Yeah. Watered down a bit. But that's I can barely hear it at all, if at all. Which is odd. I guess you get accustomed to it. But like I'm sure in your cases, you can go south and you hear the accent. You know what I mean? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Don't you know?
Hey, okay, look, I understand the yeah that Australians do. We do that in Wisconsin too. I don't know why, but here's the real conversation.
I know exactly why it happens.
Alcohol.
No, well, it's verbalizing the thought process. So instead of just thinking and then giving your answer, you verbalize the whole thing. It's like, yeah, no, yeah. Or if it's going to be no, it usually starts with the no, and it'll be
no. Yeah, exactly. Or you have the yeah, or no.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, let's go. Yeah.
Yeah. It is the oddest thing.
Well, and you can't explain it to anyone either, because if they don't know, they can't possibly understand when you're like, yeah, because they're like,
yes. Well, no.
No. I mean, but no, no. You know, no,
Last guy that did that to me, I pushed him off the bridge.
Oh, he's got it.
Understandable.
Maybe he went and looked it up. Yeah, it's give us a look, Skyworks, and you've written it correctly underneath. Guess a squiz. Guess is give us. Guess a squiz. We're very lazy. It's why we everyone has an O at the end of their name. Like if your name's Robert, you're Robbo. If you're Thomas, you're Tomo. You're Stephen, you're Stevo.
If you're a biker, you're a bikey or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah, we don't have bikers. We have bikies.
Yeah, by the way, that's the silliest thing, and I love it. If you called bikers in America a bikie.
Yeah, but if you call a bikie a biker in Australia, because a biker's like, on a sports bike
right?
with a you know, with the full riding uniform like a ponce.
Oh.
That's a biker.
Do you have these bike parties? Have you seen these in like the cities around you?
No, I've seen video of it in the States.
Yeah, we have.
Is that where just
around
massive groups of people on bikes ride around?
Yeah, and they're like hogging up the streets, like
playing music and.
Oh, it's good fun.
Yeah, that's, I know a couple people who are involved in it. It's a little ridiculous. I mean, they have fun, but it's like, dude, like, you really need to go out at night downtown and take up like the whole freaking lane of traffic.
Okay, now that's rude. You do it in the middle of fucking nowhere during the day.
Yeah.
And then you have an excuse to do all the drugs you want.
Yeah, that's and they actually in Sacramento, they I don't know about other cities, but they go around yelling, bike party as they pass by venues and shit. It's okay, dude, you're a little happy about that.
If they're a legitimate organization, right? And tried to promote getting kids off the street and all that sort of stuff, they could approach the city councils, and the council would like block streets off and give them permission and create a route and like, and you could make it a tourist thing, even an attraction. Like these things could be so positive, if people embrace them, but you'll mostly get people resist things that they're not involved in. They'll find reasons why it inconveniences them. You know what I mean?
That's true. That's true. I want to thank Jamie for coming by. I see Jamie had to step out, and Godless Sewing for my avatar here. You can see big black Confederate dong. Anyway, so
I love it.
So yeah, I mean, if you're not really hurting anybody else, it's like whatever. Yeah, I just it annoyed me a little bit, but I was like, it kind of looks fun. It kind of looks fun, but yeah, there's probably more responsible ways to go about this. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. I agree with you that it's irresponsible for them to just be going on any road, blocking the whole thing. That shit's dangerous.
But hear me out.
The city was on their side and giving them routes and stuff. It's not an issue.
Right.
Hear me out though. Funeral procession. The city's on their side, and that's still dangerous and way more inconvenient than a bike party would be. Because a bike party will eventually stop for someone. They'll be like, oh, hey, you're trying to cross the street. Okay. A funeral procession won't. Them fucking selfish. It's a corpse, okay? It's not gonna die. It's already dead. You can wait 30 seconds for the fucking traffic light, asshole. I'm gonna be late to work. I'm on a bicycle. There's 80,000 fucking cars. Fuck you, you piece of shit. He's already dead, damn it. I'm sorry, I get real. That happens to me every 3 months or so, and it's like I show up to work 20 minutes late, and I'm like, I don't know, someone died, and they made it my problem apparently. Like I'm on a bike. It's gonna take me 4 seconds to cross the street. I need to cross the street.
Yeah, no, that's a good. Actually, you should make it clear in your will. I'm gonna do it. That my funeral procession shall give way to pedestrians, and
I'm pretty sure they're just gonna kick me in a ditch somewhere. That's what I hope. I mean, feed me the coyotes or something. Shit, I don't care. I'm dead.
Because you know, I've seen people at the start, like the front car, get out of the car and like stand with their hands and block traffic to make sure the whole procession can go through unbroken. I was like, what the fuck?
Like,
and if you're being disrespectful if you say anything or get upset at it.
Yeah, no, fuck that. It's a corpse. It's a corpse. They're dead. It doesn't matter. It's a corpse. Shut up. hey. Okay, sure. Statistically speaking, we're in America. I'm in America. Statistically speaking, you're Christian. Stop being sad. Stop being a whiny pisshat. You think they're in heaven already, right? And that's just their earthly vessel. You're going to be up there seeing them in a few decades. Calm the fuck down. Quit pissing your pants. Quit pissing out your eyes. You can wait 30 seconds for the goddamn streetlight. Okay? You know, it doesn't fucking matter.
Why are they not having big dance parties when people die?
Exactly.
And I'm going to be controversial here. Why aren't Christians pro-abortion? Because doesn't that send the baby straight to heaven? There's no risk of them growing up, sinning, going to hell. Send them straight.
No original sin. They're perfect. No original sin. If you have a kid, best thing to do, kill it before it's born. No original sin.
Should be like, dude, high five, I got cancer.
But then you're robbing them of the opportunity to sin and be damned. You've got to have a choice. It's all about free will.
We've taken the free will away, haven't we?
I mean, I removed myself of the free will to not sin. I have the Hebrew for abomination before the eyes of God tattooed on my hand. I can't unsin anymore.
Yeah.
I have indelibly marked myself, so I can't be saved. Just in case I got any funny ideas.
And it's part of what I don't understand about these angry YouTube Christians. They scream in our face that we're sinful and we're born into sin and we're dirty sinners and they're dirty sinners, and then turn around and attack us for our sin.
Yeah.
Shouldn't you be compassionate to us? Like, because we're stuck in Satan's world and his snare.
I mean, I get why they're not compassionate to me. I'm a lot to handle. I get that. But like for the most part, yeah, I would assume they should be compassionate if they actually did what they said they did.
Yeah.
I think that goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where so the need to believe in this like ultimate good loving being, right? It's like it's juxtaposed to that need to believe in the ultimate bad, hateful, evil guy, right? And so people, they can't just be doing people things. Like if somebody goes and shoots up a school, it must have been the bad, hateful, evil guy controlling their mind. It wasn't them, you know, like, and that's the way people have come to justify things. It's like
Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The adversary. And do you know what I heard earlier? You can go, Kat, because I'm probably going to change the subject.
Oh, I was just going to say, since you brought up the adversary, and you were talking about Jewish shit earlier, like, Jews don't believe in Satan. Satan's not a person. Ha-Satan is God arguing with himself. Like, that's Hashem arguing with himself. That's him being the own devil on his shoulder.
Yeah. You know, and speaking along this same topic, you've got the trials of Jesus, right? When Satan tested him 3 times.
Yeah.
And he was hungry, so Satan was like, turn the rock into bread. Then the next test was to resist riches. And the third test was fucking bizarre. Throw yourself off a cliff for no reason, I guess, to prove that you are the Son of God. For the recognition and the power. So maybe vanity was the point there. So he had to resist vanity, resist riches, and resist his hunger. And everyone, praises that. Fucking Job, just a man.
Yeah.
Was given diseases, had his children and wife die, horrible deaths. He lost
his
all
house,
his possessions,
all his land, all his animals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And all Jesus had to do was say no to shit.
Well, okay. Also,
what kind of test?
Job. Go ahead.
Compared to Job, because that was the same thing. The adversary, Satan, come down and tested Job, and Satan come down and tested Jesus. Yet Almighty Jesus got this piss weak, rigged test, and Job, just the man, actually had to go through all that bullshit.
Well, okay. Have you read the book of Job? Because let me tell you something. Job's friends, right? His two buddies, I forget their names. It's one of them's like Zedediah or something weird. The other one's like Hakesh. I don't remember what the fuck they are. They're weird. Okay, I guess they're not weird. They're just old names. But the point is, they're the good guys in the story, right? Whether you read it in Christianity or Judaism. Because they're just both like, hey, man, I think you're like in an abusive relationship with your God. Like one of them's like, hey, man, you could like not have your God or whatever. Like, just smoke some pot with me and like fucking chill out and feel the universe, man. And the other one's like, have you tried Zoroastrianism? We don't have all this weird sacrifice and you get tortured nonsense. I mean, sounds pretty cool, right?
And what's worse is it boils down to is that they say he doesn't say, but it's implied like it's God. What could I fucking do?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, then fucking curse him and be dead. Be done with it.
No.
It's like as if a wife was saying the only way out of this relationship is to die, and the friends are like, well, better to die than to stay alive being tortured. Like, how dark is that? That's what this man got put through as God gloating at, look how good my humans are, or my human, because the rest of them are all fucked.
Also, Christians like to edit the text to make it so that Job got his family back. Job did not get his family back in the old Jewish text. He got a new wife and new kid.
One. Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Well, it's the same thing like the Binding of Isaac story, right? Where Abraham kills Isaac, except he never kills Isaac in the Christian version. He actually does kill Isaac in the Jewish version.
Right. God holds his hand at the end, or
and then Isaac gets brought back to life, and it's never explained. In the Jewish version, it's just like, he's fine now, and God's mad at Abraham.
Cool, yeah.
God's fucking mad at Abraham because he's like, what the fuck? This was clearly a prank, bro. I even sent you one of my twinks to go tell you it was a prank, man.
Wow, Kat.
You didn't get the memo?
Awesome. The concept of God's angels being his twinks.
That's what they are. Okay, look.
Yeah, it's dark and I love it.
Every Orthodox Jew is going to get really mad at me now. But, okay, so in Judaism, angels can't come to this plane of existence, right? Outside of incredibly particular circumstances. So those aren't angels. Those are twinks that he is like possessing and like giving a message and being like, go now, my child.
God has like sub-angels? Like sub-angels?
Oh no, these aren't even angels. These are humans he's sending. These are human twinks that every time they see this beautiful, perfect, hairless man, every single time in Judaism, that's just a dude. Like when he sent the angels, like in Christianity, he sends the angels to Lot. In Judaism, he's just sending twinks, and the townsfolk just want to fucking gangbang
sense
the
as
twinks.
to why they want to fuck them.
Exactly.
It never made sense they wanted to fuck angels. And the excuse that was given, the angels disguise themselves as humans.
Yeah, but like, why would they want to fuck them unless they were like girly and hairless and just had, peach-shaped asses, right? Like,
well, remember in the Old Testament, everybody just wanted to fuck everything. I mean, they were fucking animals. They didn't care, right? Like,
well, yeah, but like, I mean, come on. He's very clearly sending the best of the best. If like he's using them to tempt people or whatnot, or trying to get a message across. He's not.
Because it was the entire city, wasn't it? All the men of the city.
Yeah. And then Lot offered his underage daughters be raped to death instead of a couple of twinks who probably were on board with it in the first place.
Do you think Lot's daughters were hot, or were they uggos?
Well, they raped him, didn't they?
Well, that didn't really matter, though. I mean, they were gonna. I guess
True. But I mean, if they settled for them in place of the hot twinks, they must have been pretty decent.
Yeah.
But I reckon the truth is, Kat, that Abraham didn't want to give his twinks up. It's like, God sent me these twinks. There's no way I'm sending them out. They're staying here tonight.
Okay, that's my theory. Abraham is like, hey, I gotta kill my son Isaac. And then some fucking twink prances up and he's like, hey, look, Hashem told me you're not supposed to kill your son. It's a joke. And he's just like, I'm gonna kill my son and take this twink. Right.
And he's like, I'm sick of fucking my daughters.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
There we go.
Like, my wife is 128 years old. She was, roughly. I don't remember exactly, but she was over 100 according to the book. So.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah.
Well, he was probably like closer to 600 or 800 years, right?
No, he was only like 60 years older than her.
Okay.
So he was only like 180 and she was like 120 or whatever the fuck it was.
Oh, yeah.
I don't remember the exact numbers. But yeah. Yeah. So it's like, if some fucking 18-year-old twink flops up, he's like, I can fuck this kid. And that's okay because it's not my own.
Yep.
Right. I'm just reading it. I'm just reading it how it's written, okay? Everyone can get mad at me. That's what it is. It's you.
Have you seen? Do you guys know Myth Vision?
Yeah.
Do you know Gnostic Information? So he's lesser known for some reason, but I think they actually live in the same house. It's two channels, but they cross over. Like if one's crook, the other will do his show and stuff, and they'll often do things together. But I mentioned Myth Vision first because I knew you would probably know that one. Well, the sister channel of that, Gnostic Informant, interviewed this guy the other day, and I streamed it. So I was wondering if you caught it, Kev, but you obviously didn't. About essentially this scholar, he can speak Greek, Koine, and some other ancient language. So he's pretty switched on to the language of the New Testament.
Aramaic, probably.
Yeah, maybe. The non-Semitic one. So he didn't learn Hebrew. He hasn't learned Jew.
Okay, so probably not Aramaic then.
No. But either way,
whatever. It doesn't matter.
He yeah, so he's good at interpreting the New Testament, and he reads the Greek directly to us, and essentially, long story short, the idea is that Jesus is pushing the mystery, right? And that's comes from the mystery cults, which was a lot of sex magic, and that Jesus with the kids and stuff. When you look at the language, we know the
second.
story.
This is from a Bill Cooper book.
I don't know Bill Cooper, but
I
look at the language, it's like words that meant when it says he touched them, it's not touch, it's like pressed.
Yeah, it's about Mithraism and shit like that. That's what you're about to get into. You're about to get into the mystery religion of Babylon and all that shit. Yeah, this is straight.
Yeah, I did see a part of that
Bill
stream.
Cooper.
Yeah. I did see a part of that stream. I wasn't able to finish, but I think I remember that. So, and I didn't know about the sister channel, so I didn't know that Myth Vision had that as well. So, but so I can clarify what we're talking about. So we're talking about an issue where the language is confused and the words we're speaking don't mean the things we think they mean. Kind of is that kind of theory?
Exactly. It's the translations, and the translations are always done with a bias. Who are they being translated for? You know what I mean?
Yes.
That will determine. Oh, this word, like Mary, young girl. Oh, that doesn't really fit the divinity of Jesus. Just with an old dude and
virgin,
a young girl, we have to make him the son of God. We'll call her a virgin.
So that's what Christians did with Judaism. Look, I'm an atheist Jew, right? I grew up with Judaism and Christianity, and both of them canceled each other out, right?
Yeah.
But well, when you have access to both, you kind of realize they're both bullshit pretty quick.
Yeah.
But like you can't, like, Christianity just like took a bunch of Jewish shit and was like, we're just gonna change what this means. We're gonna translate this into something different because it works better for us. And Jews are just like, oi, gefalt. What the fuck? Ah. And then Mormonism does the same thing, or Jehovah's Witnesses do the same thing, and regular Christians are like, oh, how could they? And then the Jews are still like, you did the same thing to shit. Yeah, I give out, you fucking shikstas. You did the same shit to us. I mean, 2/3 of us are atheists anyways. Hey.
The JWs did a similar thing to Mormons, but not as bad. They were like, well, they've got the Book of Mormon. We need to make this book say what we want it to say.
So I've been meaning to ask you.
Wrote their own Bible.
I've been meaning to ask you, Sammy. So if I do talk to this JW, what do you think are the important questions I should ask?
Is this one at the door?
No, well, he's got my phone number. I have no idea how he got my phone number, but he keeps calling me.
Damn. That's insidious. Well, what type of questions do you mean? Like ones to stump him, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, he wants to turn me on to the faith, and I assume he knows I'm a non-believer. So, I mean, what do you think of the arguments I'm going to be facing?
He doesn't know you're a non-believer.
You don't think so?
In my experience, at least in America, they don't fuck with non-believers. They fuck with other religions.
I feel like it may have been exposed in some part due to the channel, and so that was my thing. I'm thinking maybe
maybe it's an ambitious one. Usually, it's because like I grew up in a place with 2 Jehovah's Witness temples in a city of 60,000 people. I'm sorry, Kingdom Hall. In 60,000 people, so all the time from both of the Kingdom Halls, they'd come like twice a week and fucking bother me until I'm like, look, I'm a fucking atheist Jew, I'm queer, I'm trans, leave me alone. And then they left me the fuck alone because they're like, wow, they don't even believe in any god. I think they mostly go after it. I'm sorry, you're
other religions.
Yeah.
I guess to give a little bit of pretext there, I mean, I did, in some way. I mean, I initially I was pretty hostile towards. I keep associating it with my job. I was pretty hostile towards the JWs at my bus stop, and I was like, nope, take it somewhere else. And then we ended up getting into an verbal altercation one day, and I kind of lost my shit. And then, so the last time they were out there, I just said, hey, sorry about last time or whatever, blah, blah, blah. And I asked him for an informational pamphlet. So that's where we left it off. I haven't seen him since, but I feel like that may have something to do with it. I don't know.
Find this thing.
Yeah. You never ask for the informational pamphlet unless you're going on, the Mormon website.
No, I was
and then sending them to someone else.
I was legitimately curious as to what they were promoting, because I kept kicking them off arbitrarily, but I didn't, I was like, well, you're just shoving religion, but what does your flyer actually say, But, it's pretty standard stuff,
No.
Redemption. Well, it sounds positive. Probably. Yeah, it sounds positive on the flyer. And of course, they're inviting me to a convention here locally. I think it's happening next week. So
go take their food.
I know, right? but Sammy, to what I asked you, what do you think?
Yeah.
If I were to take on that conversation, what do you think I should?
So, I'll give you a broad answer, and then I'll show you this video if you wanted to check a bit of it out. This guy won't copyright. Yeah. You need to ask questions that point out where they have altered things. That's one of the biggest or the hardest things to have cognitive dissonance about as a JW is accepting that the Bible wasn't translated as such as changed.
By the Watchtower.
Yeah. Because one of the biggest things that catches them and keeps them, and was like that for me, was that I thought we had put the original shit back. We undid the changes where they took God's name out and put the Lord. We put Jehovah.
Yeah.
And so we think that every time that Jehovah appears in the Bible, the word was Yahweh. Well, as we all know, Yahweh is not even in the Greek, so the whole second half of the Bible shouldn't have the name Jehovah.
We as the Elohim, gods and goddesses, all that shit. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of names.
So, I can share the link if you want to present. Actually, it's probably better because.
Because I was saying I didn't see a link. I've got the one Kat shared here, but
that was for Bill Cooper.
Okay, yeah.
Here we go.
I would recommend.
I've got it saved, but maybe
that's just a random video from that.
No, that's
series.
A StreamYard address. I think I just copied this fucking tab's address. Let me try that again.
I don't know. My grandma converted to Jehovah's Witness before I was born.
Really?
Yeah, she converted from Jew to Jehovah's Witness, and she's not white, by the way.
Yeah.
and also not Mexican, because for whatever reason, Jehovah's Witnesses seem to be completely okay if you're like Latino or Hispanic.
Yeah, those are the ones I deal with. They're almost exclusively Mexicans.
Yeah.
At least in my area, the Jehovah's Witnesses I'm talking about. That's why it was when I asked them for one of their pamphlets, and it sounds fucking weird, but I had to be like, do you have one in English? Because all their literature is primarily in Spanish, but they did have English ones too at the back.
Well, my grandma, she converted, and I'll always remember this. This scarred me for life, because I was like 3 or 4 years old. No, I was a little older than that. I might have been 5 or 6. And my grandma came over, and it was Christmas time. And my parents had a Christmas tree up. And this was like the second time we had a Christmas tree in our house. And I was super fucking excited, because like presents and bright lights and shit. And my grandma came over. And she's just like, what the fuck is this? And my dad's like, hey, Ma, it's Christmas. Remember when we used to have Christmas? And it was a whole fucking argument. And that fucking scarred me, and I still hate Christmas to this day.
Sorry.
So
just keep talking over it. Just talk over it, yeah. It's a little shitty, yeah. I'm working on it.
I can present for you if you want. I don't get ads either.
Okay.
It's up to
yeah,
you.
I've got. Am I? Okay, you can hear me. Yeah. Go ahead and present your screen if that'll maybe work better.
Okay, and sharing. Present.
Yeah, I'm on Wi-Fi right now, but I'm supposed to get better internet at my new place.
Okay, have you? Yep, you shared it. Here we go.
Oh, I know Lloyd.
You know Lloyd? Yeah, he's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
He's like the OG ex-JW, Kev. You want to know anything JW? Go to this guy's channel. He is the best.
I am happy to say my grandmother, the previously mentioned grandmother, is no longer Jehovah's Witness than she was before. So that's how I found out about him.
Nice.
Awesome. Yeah, he has deconverted many Jehovah's Witnesses, man. Thousands, I would say. Myself included. He was a big part of my
hell yeah.
No, I left when I was like 15, but I didn't realize, because I was born in, that 15 years is well long enough for the indoctrination to take place. And I had indoctrination.
Yeah, it is.
And only deconstructed properly a couple of years ago. So thanks, Lloyd.
Hello there, I'm Lloyd Evans. Welcome to The Bunker. In this video, I am
see them books behind him? They're JW publications right from the beginning.
Those are all of his old.
No, once he started, he put the call out so that he could do this, and everyone sent all their originals, and so that he has nearly a copy of every single publication in existence. There's only 1 or 2 that he hasn't been able to get.
Wow.
Yeah. And there's a lot of it. Look at it all. And it's what happens is there's that much because that's how often they change.
Well, yeah, they do.
Have new light. So the old books that said the old light, they discontinue it straight away. But then they need a book to replace that one with the new light in it. So, yeah.
Going to be listing 10 Jehovah's Witness teachings that aren't Bible based. Now, there are a few things I want to say before I get into my list. If you want to skip straight to my list, you'll find in the description below there are timestamps for each of the things I'm going to be talking about. So if you don't have much time, feel free to look in the description and warp straight to what.
So we've got shunning by family members, God's name, Jehovah, the 2500-year Gentile times, 1919.
Can I just say that's the most wild shit of the Gentile times? Like, I'm sorry, who the fuck do you? Who? Man, sir. I think that's one of the things that got my grandma to leave. The Gentile times. Who the fuck do you think you are? Mormons do the same thing. Everyone else is a Gentile. Oh, look, we're Jews. Calm down. You're not. Look at you with your fucking white skin and blonde hair. Calm down. I mean, yeah, Jews can look anything, but like, come on.
That's for those biblical eugenicists, right? I mean, you gotta have some hatred to hold on to.
Well, yeah, because Jesus was obviously a white guy and totally not a dirty, homeless, hippie peace activist.
Man, any position I freeze frame this guy in, his mouth is doing something weird. But speaking of hatred, let's look at shunning. And is it biblical? This might be a good one to go at him with. This one or the next one, Kev, because the next one is Jehovah's name. It's like I said, that's a big one.
Jehovah!
That it's in there constantly, but it isn't.
It's not Yeshua.
Which is shunning. Now,
sorry?
I said it's not Yeshua.
No, not Yahweh.
No. That's Jesus.
Often El, which just is God. Elohim, which is powerful spirit. There's El Elyon, right?
Elohim, I wouldn't.
So many.
Elohim, I wouldn't say is powerful spirit. Close. I mean, it's a really poor indirect English translation because the "im" suffix is like a group, so it's close, but like, which is where Christians get the whole 3-in-1 Trinity thing. But
yeah.
Well, it's not plural; it's a group plural. So like, it's like
we instead of I or something. They instead of
no. It's like if I don't know. I can't.
It's
okay. So let's say I'm a neo-Nazi, all right, and I'm like, hey, look, there's them blacks over there. That's what the "im" prefix would be. I couldn't think of anything else. I just went back to my Midwest.
So it's them versus us, is what you're saying. Is that
Well, it's more like them versus I.
Oh, group, as in.
It's a group.
You said
like Elohim. It's a group.
The aged, you could say, the homosexuals, a group, a whole group of people. Yeah,
it's a group, and you're not referring to a singular of the group. You're referring to multiple of the group.
And I see your problem with my words because that's precisely what I was trying to say when I said powerful spirit. It's like all the powerful spirits, sort of thing.
Yeah. It's that's I get really frustrated because sometimes it's usually Christians will try and say like "im" is just plural. It's not. It is, but it's not. There's a plural. It's an
there you go.
It's an incredibly particular plural. But anyway, I'm done with my autism.
That's all right. But that's what we were touched on earlier with the these things can't be translated. They can't be because they're contextual, and it's the people using the language understood the context.
Well, yeah. We can't actually know. I mean, we can have a really good guess, and we can know most of it. But anyway, I'll shut up.
Now, as it happens, I've already done a video. If Tibor is gracious, a thumbnail will appear here. It's titled 14 Bible Verses That Debunk Jehovah's Witness Shunning. That's right, 14 Bible verses. And rather than list all of those verses, if you're in any way in doubt as to whether shunning is or isn't biblical, please check out that video. I think I make quite a strong, robust argument against shunning as being biblical. Obviously, you can find verses that can be twisted and contorted to support Watchtower's position on shunning, but what you can't find is a verse anywhere in the Bible that makes it okay to mandate shunning, even in a family setting.
So there you go. Maybe try and push them to show you why children get shunned by parents if they get disfellowshipped.
That's where.
Or,
okay.
I guess ask for a biblical citation.
Yeah, where's
it ever happened
in the Bible? And you'll find that they won't show you one. They'll just talk generally.
I was going to say the disfellowshipping of an elder, because I've seen that, and it didn't just harm him; it harmed his whole family. Because when they disfellowshipped him, the whole family went with him, and he was an elder in the church, a person that I knew, and so I think I would ask how that process makes sense, right? Like, or is that something that still takes place?
No, that's rare.
At like 18.
Normally, the elder would be shunned, and the rest of the family would continue going and be helped by the congregation. But see, in that instance, that's when they will follow their principles, and they'll say the family's allowed to talk to the dad, even though he's disfellowshipped. He's the dad. He lives there.
Well,
he runs the family, right? But they'll quickly jump when it's a child, like say a 19-year-old says, I don't want to be a witness anymore. The parents will be like, well, leave. And they'll get shunned by their friends and family and everything because they can be shunned. Whereas it's a bit harder to shun an elder. So you'll find that, like you said, the whole family goes because he is the family sort of thing. But maybe these verses might give you some help to throw at them too.
Okay.
The Jehovah's Witness teaching on shunning becomes unbiblical. And to give you just a couple of examples from those 14, and again, if you're in any doubt on this subject, please check out that video. There's a verse in Matthew 9, verses 10 to 13. Later, as he, that's Jesus, was dining in the house, look, many tax collectors and sinners came and began dining with Jesus and his disciples. But on seeing this, the Pharisees said to his disciples, why does your teacher eat with tax collectors and sinners? Hearing them, he said, healthy people do not need a physician, but those who are ill do. Go then and learn what this means. I want mercy and not sacrifice, for I came to call not righteous people, but sinners. So it's worth noting, because you could say, oh, well, Jesus is the one person or was the one person on the planet who had permission to be not shunning sinners. He was okay doing that because he was Jesus. He was the physician and he was making these sinners well by eating with them. You could make that argument if you want, but what do we see here? It says he was dining with his disciples, his followers were dining with him and with the sinners. If you're going to say, oh, well, Jesus needed to be doing that, well, why Jesus and all of his disciples dining with the sinners? This doesn't, for me, paint a picture of a Jesus who was okay with shunning. And what you actually find, again, applying this to the family setting, when you dig down into what Jesus taught about the family and relationships, is you find a Jesus who would almost certainly have been appalled at the way disfellowshipping extends into the family arrangement. And another verse I cite in my video where I give 14 examples is that of the story of the parable of the prodigal son, Because as I've mentioned many times on this channel, what's interesting about the prodigal son story is that, first of all, the son only returns when he runs out of money. That's not really true repentance, is it? If you're only going to stop sinning because you've literally lost your means to sin, that would be called, I think the phrase is worldly sadness, if this were being considered. If the prodigal son were in a judicial committee before the elders, they would consider his returning only after he ran out of money to constitute worldly sadness, and therefore he would be disfellowshipped as being unrepentant. That's the first thing. The second thing is, when does the father race to meet the son? Is it after the son has filled out a questionnaire to say whether he's repentant or not? Or is it when the father sees the son when he is still a long way off? A long way off. No means of sitting down and interrogating him as to whether he's sorry or not, or how repentant he is. The father just races to meet his son and embraces him and considers him someone who has been reclaimed almost from the grave. So I can't think of a more powerful parable for Jesus to share that more powerfully goes against shunning as implemented, as enforced by Jehovah's Witnesses. Shunning that is mandated even in the family arrangement is unquestionably an unbiblical teaching. Item number 2 on my list is kind of an awkward one. It's the teaching that God's name is Jehovah. The religion is literally called Jehovah's Witnesses, and Jehovah's Witnesses teach.
Okay. Pause quick. Okay, why do all Jehovah's Witnesses, no matter where they are on the planet, pronounce it like they're from the Midwest? Jehovah.
Jehovah.
Every time they're like Jehovah. Even in it's in their specific fucking media, like from Caleb and Sophia to all the Watchtower shit.
Is that biblically accurate? Like, wouldn't the J would be a Y, right? Like, for sure.
We don't know. It's Yod He Vav He in Hebrew. The letters Yod, He, and Vav and He in that order, right? And it's called the Tetragrammaton, right? We don't actually know what the vowels are. The vowels are never specified, right? I mean, there's only so many vowels, but you get the point. There's no J. J didn't exist in Hebrew. J didn't exist in any language at that point in time. But I don't understand why they always pronounce it Jehovah.
Jehovah.
I'm sorry, Sammy. How do you pronounce it?
Jehovah.
Okay, so it's different in Australia.
Okay.
We got Jehovah's Witnesses where I'm at now. I'm in the glorious.
It's not very Wisconsin the way you're saying it. Jehovah.
Okay, but that's the thing. Have you seen a Caleb and Sophia video? That's how they pronounce it every time. Have you seen any of the Watchtower shit? That's how they pronounce it. So that's how I assume. Because every time I've heard a Jehovah's Witness say it, they always say Jehovah.
Like the emphasis on the O.
Jehovah. Yeah, Jehovah. Every time. I don't know if that's just
how do you
Jehovah's Witnesses.
I notice over here we tend to like it'll be a much quicker like Jehovah. We sort of say it like that, but I don't know.
Okay, but they're Hispanic /
right.
I don't know what the appropriate. Well, they're Hispanic in the sense that they speak Spanish, I guess.
Well, yeah. But that's also Latin, right? Like that would be like if you're speaking traditional Latin, you'd say it more like that too.
Well,
yeah.
I mean, it would be Jehovah.
Yeah.
Or that would probably be the closest thing to what it is if those are the correct vowels. I get flustered. I get frustrated. I don't know. There's some like Midwestern anger that gets mad at me that the what do you call them? The Watchtower Society uses my accent
Damn them.
To fucking perpetuate their nonsense.
I'll have to listen next time I'm watching a JW broadcast.
You should. Every single time it's because, like, okay, the dad in Caleb and Sophia has this like fucking ridiculous accent, but the instant he says Jehovah, it's the most fucking like Wisconsin or Minnesotan or Michigander accent where it's like Jehovah every time. And it's like, okay, I'm sorry. You were like from Spain 2 seconds ago. Yeah. And now you're from Wisconsin, and now you're from Venezuela. What the fuck are you doing?
I know.
And then my doctor could be from, like Uganda and not speak, English, but that's beside the point, right? I mean, it doesn't matter, right? Like, so, whatever you call him, his name could be, Jeff, for all I know. We're talking about the same guy, right? I mean, he walks on water.
Well, yeah, but, like, okay, now, with your accent, you wouldn't say Jehovah. You wouldn't say, no, that's Jeff, yeah, uh-huh. No, you'd be like, yeah, it's Jeff. Right.
Do you think people called Jesus like J for short? Or what do you think about that?
They called him it's Yeshua. His name's Josh. His name is fucking Josh, man. It's Joshua. His name is Josh, not fucking Jesus.
J-Dubs. J-Dog.
I'm just saying, his name's Josh. Look.
Right, yeah, I know.
Like, that's like, hey, my name's Kat. Why don't you just, like, for short, call me, I don't know, Ragnar the Red. That doesn't make sense. Yeah, that was a Skyrim reference. I'm sorry. I couldn't think of another name.
I feel like it was a reference to my entire life. Please proceed with the videos.
Yeah, please.
That the only way you can have a relationship with God is to use the name Jehovah to identify him in your prayers. So anyone who doesn't call God Jehovah is essentially doing it wrong. But where does the name Jehovah come from? Well, let's look at the organization's own literature, shall we? Watchtower of 1980, February 1st, page 11. Interestingly, Raymundus Martini, a Spanish monk of the Dominican order, first rendered the divine name as Jehovah. This form appeared in his book Pugio Fidei, published in 1270 CE, over 700 years ago. So, isn't that interesting? Jehovah, the name Jehovah, as applied to God, is the invention of a Catholic monk as recently as the 13th century. So that's how relatively recent the name Jehovah is. If you're watching this as one of Jehovah's Witnesses, you might be saying, well, if we're not supposed to call God Jehovah, if Jehovah is just the invention of a Catholic monk, what should we call Jehovah? Well, I've got another quote for you, which provides the answer. It's from Insight on the Scriptures, Volume 2, page 5. Correct pronunciation of the divine name, Jehovah is the best known English pronunciation of the divine name, although Yahweh is favored by most Hebrew scholars. Interesting logic there. So it doesn't matter what's more accurate. It doesn't matter what scholars say, scholars who've actually studied the text and agonized over what would be the closest approximation in the English language to the Hebrew four-letter tetragrammaton. Doesn't matter what they think.
Okay, but I do have a question.
Scholars. What matters is what's the best known pronunciation.
How are you? These are two completely different words. How are you like arguing pronunciation over Jehovah and Yahweh? Those are two completely different.
Because they translate to JHVH, right? And
like,
what they then do is just chuck the vowels of Yahweh in between, and you end up with Jehovah.
So they literally don't understand the language well enough to
No.
It was just some priest that come up with it, German priest in like 1700.
Because so the whole thing with the tetragrammaton, tetra 4, it's the Hebrew letters Yod, Hey, Vav, and Hey in that order. There's no vowels specified because you're not allowed in Judaism to spell out or speak the full name of, Hashem. That's what Jews call God. You're not allowed to say God in that particular way. And because Christians say the word God, Jews technically aren't allowed to say God. I'm an atheist Jew. It doesn't matter. So they take the Yod, Hey, and Vav, Hey, and then they take the name Yeshua, which, got translated into, Joshua into, English at some point, and there's this whole like Greek into English from everything, and it just got fucked into Jehovah because some Greek guy decided here's what the vowels are, probably here's what makes sense, and then Jehovah's Witnesses decided that was the thing.
Okay, yeah, sounds logical. Yeah, for sure.
Am I pretty correct in that? Because I know it from the Jewish perspective. I guess I don't know it from the Jehovah's Witness perspective.
Yeah, no, well, they just adopted it because it was already in use.
Yeah.
So yeah, but they do have their explanation, which is pretty much that. It's the Yod, Hey, Vav, Hey, and then put vowels in to make it pronounceable.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And I don't know why they didn't go with like Yehovah instead of Yahweh. Yeah. Like that would have made more sense. I don't know.
Yeah, and I think
Yahweh.
Jehovah too gets you away from the actual God Yahweh, who was one of many gods and a lesser god too than the Most High. And what you find is that the Bible refers to Yahweh specifically, but also refers to a Most High. And obviously Christians just went, that's the same thing. And then even wrapped Jesus into the mix, made it Trinity. But the Bible does not say that. It's like, why refer to him as Yahweh in some parts and then God in others, or the Most High in others, unless they're not all the same thing?
I mean, it's
very Gnostic.
Well, yeah. Well, the Jewish whole thing with the Yahweh thing, fucking, Hashem is not the God. He's our God. Jews were what's the term? Not pantheistic. Pantheistic is close. I'm sorry, I'm working on little sleep and a few beers. They have one God they worship and they acknowledge other gods, but they believe the other gods aren't their gods.
Polytheist?
No, that's also real close. Fuck, I forget what it is. I'm sorry. The early Jews they believed other gods exist. That's why they had the whole thing where they got in trouble for worshiping other gods, because they actually existed. Because they did. Like Pharaoh had the whole thing where he could also do the snakes with his sorcerers and shit. So like the whole thing is fucking, it's all bullshit, is I guess what it is. You either believe in all of it or none of it. And I choose to believe in none of it.
What's the most popular pronunciation? popularity matters, apparently, more than accuracy when we're discussing what we should call God. Item 3 on my list, the 2,520-year period of Gentile times. This is such a peculiar teaching. I've dealt with it a bit more extensively on my 607 BCE video, thumbnail here if Tibor is gracious. This explains how the whole theology surrounding 607 BCE, 1914, and this 2,520-year Gentile times period just makes no sense at all and is not based on historical fact. But I think you can cut to the chase with this very easily in demonstrating that this teaching is not biblical simply by going to Daniel chapter 4. Nowhere in Daniel chapter 4 is Nebuchadnezzar's dream regarding an immense tree interpreted to mean anything other than Nebuchadnezzar going through a period of madness. And if you don't know what I'm talking about when I refer to Daniel chapter 4, essentially Jehovah's Witnesses take this dream of Nebuchadnezzar's and they insist that it has a grander meaning, specifically when it talks about 7 times. They link it to other verses in the Bible to calculate that these 7 times must mean 2,520 years. Actually, it's not so much that they've done this. As I explain in the 607 video, this was crackpot 19th century Bible nonsense that they inherited from others. So Charles Taze Russell borrowed this theology about Daniel chapter 4 and the 2,520 years from other Christian thinkers of his day. It's, as I mentioned in the video, a cringeworthy vestige of this silly thinking that proliferated around that period, and Jehovah's Witnesses cling onto it. There's just one problem. When you look in Daniel chapter 4, it's very clear when it says all of this befell Nebuchadnezzar. In fact, if Tibor can bring up the verse, Daniel chapter 4, verse 28, all of this befell King Nebuchadnezzar. Imagine you're God, and imagine you are trying to convey to your worshippers how long a Gentile time period is going to last. Imagine doing that by means of this weird dream involving a tree, and imagine then saying, but just ignore all of that because actually I'm only talking about this one king. That's a very clumsy way of communicating a far-reaching prediction about world history, stretching thousands of years into the future. If you're going to do it in such
reasonable
a
as the whole
ham-fisted way.
Jeremiah book of the Bible. I mean, have you read the book of Jeremiah? That's the same damn thing. I mean, he's just like, hey, do this insane shit and it'll make sense. And it doesn't. Why did Jeremiah have to rip his fucking loincloth off or whatever the fuck? Did his loin girding. I don't know what a fuck a loin girding is or whatever the fuck that is. I assume it's some sort of weird Bronze Age underwear. Yeah, exactly. Just like that. A weird Bronze Age underwear. I mean, none of it makes any goddamn sense. God speaks in the most deranged. God speaks like your fucking drunken uncle who likes to play weird pranks.
He does, doesn't he?
Yeah. He speaks like that fucking gutter punk, that's like 25 years older than you, and has really sage wisdom, but can only be expressed in the way that someone who's been homeless for like 40 years can say. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know it.
And include in the verse, by the way, there is no greater fulfillment, which is essentially what we've just read. Interestingly, the organization uses an earlier verse, Daniel 4:16 and 17, to argue that it has this grander meaning. Let its heart be changed from that of a human, and let it be given the heart of a beast, and let 7 times pass over it. This is by the decree of watchers, And the request is by the word of the holy ones, so that people living may know that the Most High is ruler in the kingdom of
can we get
mankind.
into Watchers?
Item 4 on my list, 1919. Now, you could be watching this thinking...
Do you not know? Okay, so Watchers are a thing in Judaism.
Oh, yeah. I know what they are. I didn't know what you mean. Can we get in? You mean can we talk about them?
Do any flavor of Christians recognize Watchers? I know Jehovah's Witnesses don't. They don't know what the fuck a Watcher is.
They don't recognize them as Watchers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can they possibly? I mean, I guess I haven't read the Jehovah's Witness cut of the Bible, but do they edit that out, or do they just leave that in?
There is mention to Watchers in there, but they don't think of them as the traditional Watchers. Do you know what I mean? They say, oh, it's because they were watching and they saw the daughters of men, sort of thing. What the Bible here? What? Do you know where in Genesis it is?
Oh fuck! I mean, it's really early in Genesis when it says Elohim. Where
it doesn't mention Yahweh until the appearance of Adam and Eve.
Yeah. I know. That's the thing. There's multiple. Okay. I hate to quote the rapper Cannabis, but we are the Elohim, gods and goddesses. To perpetuate a marvelous subconsciousness, or however the fuck it goes. But that's essentially what it is saying. I mean, he's not wrong in that. It's like
chapter 6. When the men started to grow in number on the surface of the ground and daughters were born to them, the sons of the true God began to notice that the daughters of men were beautiful. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days, so I don't think maybe there is no mention to Watchers.
Yeah, well, it's kind of implied with the Elohim is the whole thing. I mean, in Judaism it is. I think in Christianity they take it as that's the Trinity.
Yep.
Okay, I have heard conflicting things. Do Jehovah's Witnesses believe in the Trinity or no?
No, not at all.
No.
Okay, so they believe they're separate entities then.
100%. Jesus was created. But he is the only begotten because he is the only thing Jehovah created, and Jesus created the rest of creation.
Wait, what? Can you repeat that for me? So I was like,
Jehovah. You see, Jehovah's Witnesses don't. Jesus isn't God in any way, shape, or form. He was created by Jehovah. He's the only creation that Jehovah created. And then Jesus, as God's son, God's like, okay, son, let's create a universe. And Jesus,
so they did it together. Okay.
Yeah, but Jesus did it, kind of thing. Because all God cared about was having his son, having the company, and then it was like, how can I spoil my son? I know, I'll let him create a universe.
Okay, I went to quite a few Jehovah's Witnesses shit while my grandma was still, I was a kid and she was in the fucking cult. What the fuck do they think the Holy Spirit is?
God's active force. And they've actually, you can find it in the Bible. They have replaced Holy Spirit with the words God's active force. Was moving to and fro over the earth.
Wait, so
it's his magic power.
Okay, I guess that isn't too far off from regular Christianity. I mean,
yeah, similar. It's his Holy Spirit. It's his.
Do they believe
voodoo goo?
Do they believe it's a separate entity?
Yeah, like it's a tool. It's God's tool.
Okay, so it's a tool. It's not like okay, all right.
It's not like and the Holy Spirit was with God forever.
Well,
yeah, because he's magic. That was his magic power. Like it's not this special thing to be worshipped or seen or revered in any way. Like it's just how God does shit. Just a tool.
Yeah, it's the same way when I'm fixing a car engine. Yeah, it's my
yeah. You work on the car in mysterious ways, right?
No one goes, oh,
well, yes, I do.
The wrench. Let's praise the wrench for fixing the car. Like, it's ridiculous.
I mean, I do.
I mean, the mechanic can. That's fine. But yeah. So very separate. They also think Jesus was Michael, the archangel.
Yes, they do. And I kind of like that canon. I think that's fun.
Yeah.
I mean, Richard, I think, also thinks that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, Richard thinks a lot of things. I like Richard, though.
Yeah.
Anyways, that was the end of my question.
Yeah, he's Michael. Then he came down. So he was Michael in heaven, right? And then when he came to earth, he became Jesus. Then when he went back to heaven, he became the Christ.
Wait. So he was an angel first, then he became Jesus. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And then he went back to heaven. He became the ruler of God's kingdom. So he's the king now. He's not God, but he is the king of man.
Wow.
Just like God gave him the gift of creating the universe, he's giving him the gift of being ruler.
So did God decide this after the fact, or was this like predetermination type of thing, or was he like, this is mankind's last hope?
That was all decided.
All right.
Well,
not the sacrifice and the red. They would say that he's beyond time and knows all things before they happen, and the excuse they give for the fall is that it was the only way pure justice and equality could be served. If he buzzed them off and just made new ones that weren't going to do that, then that's not free will. It also challenges his justness. You know, a free will thing has to have the right to choose to not accept God. And I was told as a young Jehovah's Witness that it was essentially a challenge to God, right? Because I used to say, why isn't God still doing miracles? Oh, because Satan challenged him, and this is Job, that people only worship you because of the good things you do for them. And if God just like buzzed Satan out of existence for being cheeky, or just said whatever and didn't answer the question, that's not just. To be universally just, he has to answer Satan's test.
I'm going to tell you right now, them motherfuckers didn't look into Judaism because you want to. Okay, let me tell you something about Judaism. Yeah, okay, so we're God's chosen people, right? We're chosen to be fucked with. That's what it is, right? Yeah. I don't understand how Christians will be like, yeah, we're chosen by God. I'm using my Brett Keane voice. We're chosen by fucking God and to do all our shit and whatever, and fucking believe that the God over here is doing thing.
I just have to say that fucking Brett is fucking hilarious. That's great. You're precious. And he was like, well, yeah, somebody shot or stabbed. There was a stabbing at my church. It wasn't my church, but some guy I watch on YouTube. It was at his church. And, yeah, I don't know. It might have been an atheist. I don't know if it's an atheist, but
yeah. That's how Brett talks. I love Brett. He's my internet dad. Shout outs to Brett Keane. He's a better father than my actual father's ever been.
Oh shit.
To be fair, that's not saying a lot. Obviously, considering my situation. But yeah, no.
Well, the other thing that the Christians, I think I'll bring you back, is that Christians also try to claim persecution, which it was always the Jews.
Well,
it is always, and then throughout,
and we don't
after Christ, it has been the fucking Christians persecuting the rest of the fucking world.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's true. And the Jews hold us hostage too, in a way. I mean, it's not to be anti-Semitic, but the state of Israel, I should say,
it's a fake state. There's no third temple that's not Israel.
Yeah, well, yeah.
I'm just saying.
But
it's occupied Palestine.
Right, exactly. And they're trying to expand. That's their goal, is expansion. They're just trying to do it.
Oh, they're succeeding.
Way.
So once again, I've talked about my grandma way too many times in this, but her family's from Palestine. She's a Palestinian Jew. They're not good enough. They just recently started allowing Palestinian Jews into Israel because they weren't the right kind of Jews, which is the most wild fucking thing. Like, look, Jews, we all hate each other. Everyone else hates us, but we hate each other more than literal Nazis hate us. I don't know how to describe it, because it's like, hey, I really hate those weird Orthodox literal cocksuckers who suck baby dicks in South America and shit like that. I fucking hate that. And then they hate people like me who are atheists, and it's like, yeah, well, I haven't met a rabbi who's actually religious, so
yeah,
take that for what it is, I guess.
One of my closest friends is Jewish, but he believes in a divine, but if he didn't wear a kippah, he wouldn't be a Jew.
Yeah,
that's the extent of his. Although he is extremely learned in it, but he's gone past it. You know what I mean? He sees the faults and the flaws, and he's not afraid to admit them.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, hey, I would love in my heart for there to be Jewish God when I die, just because I'd get to fucking sit there with old fucking Moshe and Elisha and just fucking smoke pot and drink beer and fucking throw empty beer cans and heckle at the Christians who are coming in. Right? That'd be great. Right? That'd be great. I mean, I hold no illusions. I mean, I'm an atheist. Yeah. I don't know if there's a God, and I don't really care. But I mean, that would be fun. Come on now.
Yeah, it would. Oh, fuck, I'm melting something.
My mind wandered all over the place. Are we gonna finish that video, or do you want to? Yeah. We can finish the. I'm like, we can finish the video because yeah, okay.
I'll try to interrupt less.
You're good. Okay.
1919's a good one to get them on too, bro.
Thinking, well,
yeah,
isn't 1919 sort of the same as the 1914 teaching?
It's a hate crime.
Are they really two different things? I would argue yes. I would argue that whereas the organization at least tries to force the Bible to argue for 1914, even though it doesn't, when it comes to 1919 as a landmark year in Bible prophecy, what's interesting is that the organization cannot point to a single verse for arriving at that specific year. This is actually something that really amazed me when I went to MTS back in 2005. Obviously, I was still a believing witness at that time.
MTS is the Jehovah's Witness kind of college, I guess, that's housed in their Bethels, and it stands for Ministry Training School.
It's in the Bethel complex. I think describing the Bethel complex would be easier than trying to describe the MTS. It's essentially seminary, kind of.
JW. It's so originally because they were the Watchtower Tract and Bible Society. They were literally a printing corporation. It was all about the literature. And for years, my whole time as a witness, it was all about the literature and the printing. And when you would go on big day trips to Bethel, right? And it's where people would go and live on site in these big complexes and work on the printing of all the publications and the writing of the publications. It's the headquarters in each country for JW. Once the printing got less, it became more now about it's where they shoot their videos, do their dramas and their JW broadcasting. So it's where the cream of the crop get picked out by the elders in the congregation and given an application and say you need to go and apply for Bethel.
It's like the equivalent of Scientology's Sea Org, just without the military training.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's exactly the same as Sea Org, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's the upper
horrifying.
echelons. Yeah. And I'll send you a link later to one of Lloyd's episodes where he got a leaked video that was sent to or is shown to New Bethel initiates, and it's about pornea and masturbation and unclean things, and so there must be like a spate of it at Bethel, but it gets so weird, man. They talk about is grinding on a pillow pornea, is wearing jeans
too tight.
So tight
too tight of jeans.
If a man's sitting on a chair and another man comes and sits on his lap and that man reaches around and starts manipulating his genitals, is that pornea?
They've gotten to the point. No, I've seen a thing where if you're sitting on a chair with your legs crossed and you move your legs too much, that's you fucking masturbating, is essentially what they're saying. That's fucking wild.
Because it's any manipulation of the genitals.
Yeah. Look, I know they wouldn't like me. I'm trans.
For your leg music.
But like, come on. You gotta move your legs. You got fucking junk there. You gotta readjust it. It moves around.
Yeah.
And they showed me this chart, which T-Boy is going to bring up on the screen, if he's gracious. Periods of time recorded in Revelation. Everything you see in blue is essentially my handwriting, or where my handwriting was, and I've replaced it with neater text. But anyway, everything in black is as it was given to me as an MTS student. And what you notice is that there's this period of 42 months from Revelation 11 verses 2 and 3, which supposedly gets you from 1914 through to 1918. But when it comes to 1919, there's nothing that gets you from 1914 to 1919. So if you look where I've said 9 months in the middle. Bizarrely, the organization uses this verse in Revelation 11, verses 9 through 11, about 3.5 days. I shouldn't have said they don't use any verse. They try to use a verse. It's just that it's so bad and so obviously doesn't do the job that's been assigned to it that it's hardly even worth mentioning. Revelation 11, 9 through 11, which talks about 3.5 days, that doesn't cover the 9-month period of essentially Joseph Franklin Rutherford and his associates being imprisoned in Atlanta Penitentiary, which is what they claim it's talking about. How can you make 3.5 days equal 9 months? In my opinion, you can't. But what's interesting is when you look at what
hold
the
on,
organization
are they trying to use Jewish rule here now? Finally, look. Okay, no, because like, okay, in the Talmud, fucking Moses was 800 feet tall. He wasn't literally 800 feet tall. Jews would use ridiculous numbers, to signify like, oh, this person's really old, they're really important, or they're really tall, they're really important, or they're really tall, they're really strong.
Yeah, he's like as tall as 20 men and strong as a horse. Yeah.
Yeah. It was euphemisms. Are they now just deciding it? I'm drunk. I'm using euphemisms now because I haven't got nothing left. Like what? What the hell bullshit? Like, no, you can't fuck off all of the Jewish shit and then decide now this is a euphemism.
No, well, it's worse. They take it. Oh, you mean the? Sorry, you're saying that the 3.5 days being 9 months. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. But take the first bit completely literally.
Yeah,
42
that's my
months
point.
means 42 months, but 3.5 days means 9 months.
That's okay. That's the thing that frustrates me the most because like Jews are just like, yeah, 40 days and 40 nights is a euphemism for a long fucking time. 7 days and 7 nights is a euphemism for a week or two, right? Like, that's known as a euphemism. That's very obviously a euphemism. It's a we don't know exactly how long.
Again, back to the biblical story we were talking about earlier, and where Jesus is fasting for over a month, and you're just like, yeah, I mean, if you might be able to fast that long, would you be hallucinating? Yes, any person would, but yeah.
Hey, back in July of 2016. I'm sorry, it was June of 2016. I ate twice. I hated it. It was fucking awful. And then 4th of July, I ate a shitload of hot dogs at someone's fucking party, and I think I saw God that day. I'm just saying, I ate like 8 hot dogs in 15 minutes.
Fuck. After not eating.
Yeah? Oh, it was the best. I vomited and they gave me more hot dogs. It was awesome.
Has to say on this subject. In fact, there's a really good JW Facts page on this, which I will include in the description. He points out, he being Paul Grundy, to the Watchtower 2014, November 15th, where it amazingly conjoins the 1,260 days earlier in Revelation chapter 11 with the 3.5 days to arrive at 1919. And there's this chart in that particular Watchtower of 2014. What? Again, it will appear, hopefully, which shows what they've tried to do here. What we're looking at is essentially a cleaner version of my original notes from MTS. So you have this 42-month period that takes you from near the end of 1914 through to 1918. So you can sort of get to 1918, but you can't in any way, shape, or form, using the Bible, get to 1919. And what they've tried to do is say, oh, well, it does talk about 3.5 days. So if we add the 3.5 days, on to the 1,260 days. That's going to make up the shortage. No, it doesn't. Again, we're talking 9 months until the release of Rutherford, which is when apparently Jesus chose the faithful slave.
So there you go, Kev. 1914 was the year that Jesus began his reign in heaven, right? And Satan was cast out of heaven and came to earth like a roaring lion. That happened in 1914, according to the witnesses. 1919 was when Jesus invisibly came to earth and chose the witnesses and anointed the anointed ones that would
yeah.
How does that?
That happened in 1919, and that was Jesus choosing that Jehovah's Witnesses were going to be God's representative on earth because they were the closest to the truth.
Huh.
And when asked why is the belief so different now to when it started, their answer is because, like we said, we were the closest, and God's Holy Spirit has been getting us closer and closer to the truth.
I mean,
which is why we have so much change of new light. Go on, Kat.
I want to know how many people do they have registered? Because I know people claim that they're like one of the elect or whatever. How many people are they at right now? Is there a statistic for that?
Nope.
Oh, well, obviously there's not.
They stopped reporting it when it went over the number.
Okay, yeah, okay, that's probably what I thought.
All they report is the numbers of... No, actually, they do report just the individual numbers of partakers each memorial, right? Because that... when they have their yearly memorial, the anointed ones have to drink the wine and eat the bread, and everyone else passes it. So they can count. But I think they've stopped reporting it because numbers were going up every year.
Yeah.
But no one alive now can be of the right generation.
Yes.
So new people shouldn't be becoming anointed.
Well, okay.
And so their answer, they just threw them under the bus. They said, there are people who are just mistaken. There are people with mental problems. And then there are people who are deceived by Satan.
I know my grandma got real pissed at that. She's 98, 97. What day is it? No, okay, we're a month off. No. She's 98. Well, okay. She was born on a leap year.
2023.
She was born on a leap year in February. So I guess she's like fucking 24 or something. But she's 98 now. She had her birthday last month. That was something she was pissed about. Because she's fucking ancient. Look, I'm from one of the younger of her kids. So, I'm only 28. She's...
Yeah, man, you don't have to tell me. My nan died at 100. She would be 108 now. She's still alive.
Oh,
my nan. My nan, not my great nan. I think she was 40 or something, 40 odd, but she had my mum.
Yeah. Oh. My great grandma is, I don't know what the fuck. Okay. My grandma is 98, if I'm remembering correctly, because she was born on a leap year in February. My great grandma, I lived to see her. I remember her and her fucking shit ass tattoos. Okay. This fucking broad with her fucking whiskey every day and her cigarettes and everything. She lived to be like 108. My grandma was the second youngest, I think. Which means I'm doomed to live a long life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's good.
Well, I mean, it could be good. I'm just frustrated. I hate that everyone lives so long in my family.
Yeah. Oh, Myth Vision just put one out.
Ooh.
The reason why they do push 1919 has nothing to do with the Bible. It's purely because that's when Rutherford was released. So they make all sorts of...
Yeah, so their leaders were arrested for being extremists, believe it or not.
What?
Yeah, put in prison, but then eventually released, and that's why they say 1919 was when Jesus decided that was going to be his organization, because he got them out of prison. But then so what they're trying to do is show biblically how they get to, how 1919 is.
Yeah, it was the Mormons failed, and then God just pivoted to Jehovah's Witnesses. Obviously, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Yeah.
And then when they failed, he went to Scientology.
No, he went to Seventh-day Adventists.
Oh, Seventh Day, of course.
And then Scientology.
And then Scientology. Yeah.
Attempts to, again, force the Bible.
Yeah, that means God's religion shopping.
Well, yeah, he wants to figure out which denomination loves him most, right? Like, that's his gig.
I mean, come on, let's be realistic. God's out here. He doesn't give a fuck what religion you are. He just wants you to fucking worship him. So, I mean, come on, that's how he gets his power, apparently.
See how they're silver and they have that silver edging on them? They've been nicknamed the Silver Sword. That's their new study Bible.
Wait.
Has all notes.
Stab you to death with my silver sword of scripture.
Okay. I bike past a Spanish-speaking Jehovah's Witness Kingdom Hall every day on my way to work.
Yeah.
If I stop in there, can I get one of them fancy books?
Yeah, absolutely. It's free.
Oh, I'm getting one of them fancy books.
Yeah, ask him. Can I tell you what you would have to do if you wanted to become Jehovah's Witness?
Yes.
You would have to stop being trans.
Well, yeah, I know.
So not be you, and start dressing like and acting like a man again.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can do that. I can do that for a book,
you have to believe you are as well. Like, you have to put on the new personality, they say. That's their catchphrase. Put on the new personality.
You know what? I'm just going to put on this personality then. How's that sound? Shit.
Holy shit, is that Romania?
God damn it, I ain't no Germania. I'm Ger positivity. I'm Ger depression.
You know what I like most about Germania, y'all? Oh.
I love Ger.
It's the same if you're homosexual.
Yeah.
You have to not be.
Okay. Fun story. I almost converted to Mormonism. I didn't buy into any of the shit, but I was gonna do the whole thing. And
dodge that bullet.
Okay, look. Okay, I was homeless and they kept on feeding me.
Yeah.
So I was like,
So
hey, shit.
Relationship of convenience.
Yeah, and like they just kept on giving me food, and they didn't know. I mean, I had like a beard like Richard Madsen at the time, and I fucking looked like someone's 45-year-old methed out dad. I mean, I still kind of do, but that's besides the point. I was there with them, and then they told me, "Hey, you're gonna have to quit with your tobacco and your alcohol." They didn't even tell me about the queer shit. Mind you, I was like 19 or something at the time, and I'm like, nope, and no tobacco, no alcohol. I don't know about that, Chief. But goddamn, if they didn't give me a shitload, because they don't call them Rice Krispie treats, they call them marshmallow squares. But goddamn, if they didn't give me a shitload of marshmallow squares.
Should make me full screen for a sec, Kev. If you're there. Praise that I am, that I'm not, that I wish I was.
Yes, I wish I was more like praise. I am that. That poor feller. Oh yeah, keep going. I'll let that go for a minute. This poor guy.
The Nephilim ate the babies, William. I mean, come on, William. Oh, there's the squished up one, or the creepy.
Yeah, I got that one, but my cursor's over his nose, which I think is fucking hilarious. This one right here, look, I'll show you. If you didn't see it before.
Oh, kid.
One of those. Has he got pink arms and a purple dildo?
Yeah.
I mean,
PJ made that one.
I once chased Jehovah's Witnesses out of my house while wearing lingerie, wielding a dildo.
That's the way. You seen this one? He's super hero outfit. This is the avatar he uses on his thing with Kent Hovind.
Yeah, I've noticed that one. Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah. Flawed Christians like challenging atheists. They're trying to do the Muslim channel thing. That,
yeah,
the
okay.
old lady had known, but yeah, it's pathetic.
I mean, I was gonna say something, but statistically, that's about as likely. So, if you know, you know.
I don't know anything personally, but that's just me. I mean,
What? It got kitty diddling.
Oh, like for real? Yeah, yucky.
Well, I mean, Jehovah's Witnesses have a problem with it. Mormons have a problem with it. Baptists have a problem with it. Muslims.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a content creator. Okay.
No. I was talking in general. There was a joke that was incredibly poorly phrased because it was entirely in my head, and I just said the punchline.
Okay.
Because I speak in stream of consciousness.
Yeah, I got you now. Okay. Yeah.
To agree with their narrative, but in this instance, their attempts are laughable You just do not get a single Bible verse. If you investigate this, which I would encourage you to if you're one of Jehovah's Witnesses, you don't get a single Bible verse that explains in any way, shape, or form how you get from 1914 to 1919. It's an entirely arbitrary claim of Jehovah's Witnesses that Jesus cleansed the temple between 1914 and 1919. And at the end of this period in Malachi, that's when he chose the faithful and discreet slave. One small problem, there's absolutely no scripture supporting this specific period. Again, you can just about stretch it to 1918, but the concept of 1919 being a year of prophecy, a year that was predicted in the Bible, is not a biblical teaching. Item 5 on my list, the circumstantial evidence rule. And this is one where any Jehovah's Witness watching this video, especially if they have never been an elder, will maybe question, well, what are you talking about? Circumstantial evidence rule? Where do Jehovah's Witnesses teach about that, and what is it? Well, this is where we need to consult the book Shepherd the Flock of God. In fact, the next 2 points, points 5 and 6 in my list, are both things that can be found in this book. And the circumstantial evidence rule is a rule that essentially says you don't need an eyewitness in certain cases of porneia, which is interesting in the context of the organization's position on child safeguarding, which I'll get to. But it actually takes up a couple of pages of this book. Rather than read everything, I will just tell you, well, I'll read part of it. You can find it in chapter 12. It's in items 7 through 9 in chapter 12. You'll see here strong circumstantial evidence of sexual immorality, porneia, if at least 2 eyewitnesses report that the accused stayed all night in the same house with a person of the opposite sex, or with a known homosexual under improper circumstances, judicial action may be warranted. The elders cannot apply one rule to every case. Each situation has unique circumstances. After 2 elders have thoroughly investigated, the body of elders must use good judgment in determining whether serious wrongdoing has occurred. If the elders are unsure how to proceed, they should consult with the service department. If questions are raised regarding scriptural freedom to remarry, see chapter 12. So again, this is a provision that says, okay, we're going to need 2 witnesses to prove that porneia or sexual immorality has taken place. But maybe there's a situation where it's just circumstantial evidence, where, say, a married man has gone to the home of a single woman who he's, say, working with, and 2 eyewitnesses have seen him go in or seen his car parked outside all through the night while he was supposed to be away on a trip. That's enough for us to say the man and the woman had sex, therefore he's committed adultery, and therefore he needs to be disfellowshipped. It's the circumstantial evidence rule. But nowhere in that text, nowhere in the pages where this is discussed, does it cite any Bible verse. And this is quite a big loophole if you think about it. And you have to wonder, why aren't they applying the same flexibility when it comes to child safeguarding? Why are they insisting that there needs to be 2 eyewitnesses to an act of child abuse in order for it to be acted on judicially by the elders? Or we need 2 people actually seeing the abuse take place in that situation. But when it comes to adultery, well, we don't need to see them actually doing it. It's okay for us to just see his car parked outside all night. That'll do. That'll do as evidence. Well, again, you won't find a single Bible verse supporting this.
So Jehovah's Witnesses are a BBD partner.
About Pharisaic.
Sorry, I'd stepped away.
No, that's all right. That's all right. Fine. Kat, what did you want to say?
Yeah, for it.
I was gonna say, like, you know, it's well, okay. The first thing I was gonna say is it's fucked up because in Jewish law you need a witness to have actually witnessed it, and then the the second part where it's just like, yeah, no, it's okay. Like we just, we saw him go in a house. That's
aside from Jewish law, it's just like it seems like common sense to me.
Well, yeah, they could have called the cops.
Well, yeah, and you could.
I hate the cops, but I mean, I guess since there's no anarchistic everything, that's what they're there for, theoretically.
You could make an argument for a man and a woman being alone inside a house and not having sex.
No,
under
you don't need to make an
circumstances. It's just
argument.
like there's no. That's absurd. No, you need to prove that the thing happened. Otherwise, you're full of shit. Like you may have reason to suspect, but in this case, it's like.
Well, they have their own legal system. Is something you've got to understand, and they don't. Correct me if I'm wrong, Sammy, but Jehovah's Witnesses don't generally abide by the laws of the country. They kind of have their own legal system that they do their own thing with. That's how it works where I'm from. I don't know if that's how it is worldwide.
It's a little bit different than that. You're kind of right, but they will follow the laws of the land. They'll follow all the laws of the land and very stringently, unless it doesn't agree, and then they will discard it. They will go to jail. They have no regard for man's law. They only follow man's law because the Bible tells them to. So they, in fact, also are one of the few religious people that pay tax, even though they're exempt from it, because they've been told pay Caesar's things to Caesar. So they have no problem with laws, and in fact, but what you might be touching on, Kat, is that if someone does break the law, they will only report to the elders. You will not see a Jehovah's Witness ring a worldly authority like the police against another witness. Do you know what I mean? So whilst individually they uphold man's laws, and they don't have any real laws that directly go against normal laws, but like, for instance, if someone breaks a law, like abuses a child, they will just deal with it themselves. Not that they sort of have this weird separate law. It's just the judicial stuff.
Wait. How do they deal with it? How do they deal with the abuse?
That's
poorly. Poorly is the answer.
Yeah.
Three elders. That's it. Will take the victim, and oftentimes the victim and the abuser, into a back room together.
Yep.
Make them talk about it and what happened. They'll get the victim to describe every sordid detail multiple times, often record it because it's for their own sick pleasure, and then coerce the victim, who's often a child, into admitting that they got a hard on, or they felt tickly down there, and they'll say, so you enjoyed it, so you're disfellowship too.
Yep. Yeah, well, no, not disfellowship too. They disfellowship the victim.
Yeah, they'll oftentimes, because they're saying no, and not being repentful, whereas the abuser's like, yeah, I did it, and I can't believe I did it, and and God hates me now, and I'm so repentful.
Well,
yeah, that's really sick.
I don't know why. It's a lot more sick to me that, okay, from what I've heard and what I've read about the Jehovah's Witnesses issues with this, like, I don't know, they're not even like, they don't even do the thing where it's like, oh God, this 8-year-old harlot was, waving their. I can't even do the Smoky Saint words, but like at least like Baptists and shit will do that. Mormons will do that. Jehovah's Witnesses will be just like, I don't even know what happened. And I don't. That's way more sick to me. Where they're just like, yeah, it just kind of happened. I don't know what the hell happened.
They're so blasé
Slipped,
about
I fell, I ended up,
Yeah, and people are always on about the Catholic Church and the Mormons, and it's like, but come on, these motherfuckers, the Watchtower Society's been getting away with it for so long.
Yeah, and there's like the culture of it. You can go to a Catholic church, right, and you got your people that are right into it along a spectrum of people who come once a year or at special celebrations. It's a bit freer and open, and if of the people who aren't really fundamental and twisted, if they saw some kid being abused, they'd go straight to the cops, right?
Yeah.
Well, when everyone's brain is twisted into this don't trust the outside world, and ultimate forgiveness, then you create this culture where it's like you can't judge, don't judge. There's no sin that you can judge, whilst judging intensely on how tight are your pants, how much are you witnessing?
Oh yeah.
Are you praying?
Oh God.
Are you touching yourself?
You're not going out door knocking, soul saving every single weekend. What the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Why didn't you come to our Wednesday night 8 p.m. fucking Bible service, huh?
Yeah.
I know.
Fiddling, it's like you can't judge people.
Yeah, that's just like whatever. That's just a drop in the bucket or whatever.
It's between them and God. That's the ultimate fucking cop out, isn't it? It's between them and God.
I just want to say that's not a me opinion. I know someone's gonna take that out of context. It's okay to take that out of context if you see that and clip it, whatever. But in reality, that's not what I'm saying.
No, yeah.
No, I mean,
Cat would never say
I mean, look, I say fucked up things. I don't look. I say mean and rude things. I say fucked up things. I don't actually mean them. That was me in the position of the Jehovah's Witness, Watchtower Society, not the. I just want to make that clear for the audience.
I get it, because
I know you do.
Not as bad as you, but the autism thing. It's like I'm blunt. I am brutally blunt when I speak, and not on purpose. I don't think anyone's going to be upset by what I say until I've said it, and then it's like I have to backtrack and apologize. And
I don't have autism.
Yeah.
I mean, I have antisocial personality disorder, which everyone assumes means you're going to be a serial killer or something, but the reality is you're just autistic with extra steps.
Well, I mean, that's what I think is beneficial about being on the spectrum. Like, you have tips for your diagnosis, but we don't call it a disorder anymore. So we don't, we'd be like, okay, I have all these other, issues that come from this, but I know what the source is, and it's from me being on the spectrum.
I mean, I'm not on the autistic spectrum.
Okay. I'm not saying you are. I'm not trying to diagnose you.
I know. And, here's the thing, though, sometimes people with autism are distressed by what they've got going on. God, I went into Brett. I'm sorry. What they've got going on. And, I understand that. I mean, it probably would be distressful. If I had that many emotions in my head, I would definitely be distressed because most of my thoughts are just, beer. And tobacco. There's not a lot going on in this.
You're definitely not autistic then, yeah. But you brought up a good point, Kev, about it. in Australia, we've stopped using words like disability, right? And just say different abilities. I'm trying to push that kind of idea. And it's something I've realized, especially since my diagnosis.
Differently abled.
Like, yeah, exactly. But it's not so much a condition or, you know, even how you said issues. It's like I have strengths from autism that other people don't. Like, I'm socially awkward, as in I look awkward to everyone else and I say all the wrong stuff and do all the wrong stuff, but I'm not embarrassed by it. I don't have that same worry socially that other people have. I'll just say what the fuck I think. And
that's what high function is, right? Like you get to the point where you're just comfortable with your quirks.
That's not what high functioning means.
It is though. I mean, you're able to.
Those people are high functioning, but high functioning just refers to someone in a vegetative state compared to someone.
Well, yeah, because like the minimum low functioning of autism. Unfortunately, there are people. I hate the high functioning and low functioning terms, but they're the only ones I know. But like, there are some autistic people who get locked in syndrome, where literally nothing on their body moves of its own accord except their eyes. They can't speak. They can't communicate in any way. They have no
that's
faculty.
pretty rare, though, right? I mean, that's pretty.
Yeah, but like that's the far end. Of once again, I dislike the low functioning autistic thing, but that's like the far end of.
Well, when I think of what we call higher low functioning, I mean as far as being able to care for oneself and maintain social relations and things like that, because then you have like nonverbal autistic and things like okay, you have so. I mean, you obviously have to be able to communicate in some ways. So that's
and I think the issue with
you're right,
language,
more or less.
though, but and why I'm like Kat, I don't use higher or lower functioning because I work in an industry where I work with people with disabilities, and I've worked with people who one was a TV executive, right? Their role was programming, so they actually decided what went on, and they like did lines of coke and drank with with Kerry Packer, and like big names in Australia, but because of the partners she had and the parents she had and all of this trauma through her life, ended up with complex PTSD and a whole range of other things. This woman was far more intelligent than I will ever be, right? But certain parts of her life, like she would get to the kitchen and she couldn't cross the threshold because she would just shut down. Her brain would shut down. She couldn't even gather her thoughts to prepare a meal and know what to get. And if you could get it to a point, here's all the ingredients. She'd like, okay, the menu says 2 scoops of this, but what if it's not enough? Or maybe it's going to be too much. Maybe I should do 1 scoop. Even though the fucking menu's there, just do it. Like she would end up on the floor.
Right. Yeah.
Like, so she would, and she had disassociation, so she would all of a sudden become this child. She would go back to 14 or so. But when she was not dissociating or not being triggered, you would not know there was anything wrong with this woman. And so it's like she would go from high functioning to catatonic to dissociated. And all of those states was different levels of functioning. So she'd go from high functioning to non-functional. And that's when I realized, her paperwork says high functioning, but she's not always.
Well, that sounds more like BPD type of syndromes, like when you're like that, like.
Yeah, kind of. I know what you mean. Like,
not really a pattern
like
to it.
Yeah, no. It's all about triggers.
Shit. I had a thought and it escaped me. The autism color wheel is what I like to use, but I'm technically mid-functioning in between low and high, right? Something like that.
Yes, but we it's weird because we'll say it's a spectrum, which implies there's no hard and fast lines. It's gradient, but then we'll use loose language like high and low. It's no one's fault. It's the fault of the language.
Well, yeah. Again, I think when they're talking about functioning, they're talking about societal function rather than like whatever you have, like basic, again, like self-care, and then whether or not you can do things outside of your basic routine.
Let me give you a scenario and see what you think. So I could have a participant who can pay for their items but can't count money, versus a participant who can count their money and knows they're not getting shortchanged but can't wipe their own ass. Which one's more high functioning than the other? And where's the line? Where's the line between high and low? That's what I mean about, yes, if you go to extremes, everything's black and white. But the majority of everything exists on a spectrum is in the middle.
Society holds us to a standard where, like, we'd say self-care is going to be the first thing. If you can do everything else and you can't, wipe your own ass, clean yourself, make sure you don't smell, then you're going to be the smelly guy and everybody's going to look at you funny. And that's the way we deal with that as society. And if you're sufficiently smelly enough, then we kick you out of the establishment, right? Like,
Hey, friend. We both know about getting kicked out of the establishment and being a smelly guy. Come on. We both know here society's a scam. What are you trying to sell us here?
I'm not selling it. I'm saying this is the normative we're speaking by. I mean, I don't know what else we'd be talking about. Like,
whilst I agree with you completely, on the self-care thing, the problem with the high and low functioning language is, okay, so if I'm in a wheelchair, right, say I'm a quadriplegic and all I can move is my head, so I can't do anything for myself, that would be called high functioning, and I wouldn't low functioning, and I wouldn't disagree, right? But what we do is we've stopped using high and low functioning in my company, and we talk about needs. So that person is high.
Oh yeah,
needs,
yeah. No, yeah, I understand. That makes sense. Yeah.
And that's just a little bit more descriptive than high or low functioning, because I've got guys who can wipe their own ass and do all that stuff, shower and that, but it's the minute they step out the door into society, the first person that wants to take advantage of them can, because they don't have any societal skills.
Right.
So again, they're high functioning because they could live by themselves.
I think that the difference is that when you're speaking from the level of kind of more of a caregiver, where I'm trying to look from the diagnosis of the patient, right? When you're trying to kind of introspect it, right? So you're trying to say, oh, okay, I'm on this end where
how about I give my perspective? Maybe describe it.
Okay, all right.
But before you do that, I just want to answer that last little thing about the diagnosis thing. In the medical world, dude, this discussion would not be happening because there is no high and low functioning. They won't touch that shit. They will give you the diagnosis. You have this. And he might, like, doctor the patient, be like, it's on the lower level. I wouldn't say you have it very badly. but they wouldn't even say you're high or low. Doctors hate that stuff because they, of all people, know like you're not high or low. You're high and low in different things. So that diagnoses are always very precise, but not descriptive.
Well, it seems like with my psychologist, the main thing that keeps coming up is, are you still socially malleable? You know what I mean? Can you get along with other people? And that's really like that's what I mean by like society. You know, can you socialize? Can you get along in whatever environment you're in? Like that seems to be the standard.
I see what you're saying,
and so yeah,
that's only it's
that's
not though.
scam fed to you by the government.
It's a standard for someone who's has no real major issues happening. To someone who's struggling to just exist every day because of some disability or malfunction of some sort, their biggest thing, they don't give a fuck about society. Their biggest thing is, am I going to survive? Am I going to be in masses of pain?
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So
that's why I go back to the self-preservation mode, because then you have that one. Like it's the two tiers. Can you sustain? Yeah. Can you preserve yourself? And do you need like
then you can worry about society.
And then right, exactly. Then there's that second.
Okay. You fucking shifty marmoset. You're thinking in gutter punk terms, right? You're thinking in train kid terms. You're thinking in you know what I mean, right? You're in the process of trying to learn how to live, right? I'm in the same boat. I'm trying to learn how to live.
Yeah, I'm pretending to be a human, you know, in a world full of
yeah, we're pretending to be humans, and we don't really know what the fuck's happening. And yeah, we can function in certain ways. See, okay, let's break it down in the way that you and I would understand. Like I got talked to at work last night because I was sitting at a machine doing my job, and I was like fucking completely like swagged back in the chair, legs up on part of the machine, fucking around on my phone, right? And my boss came over and was like, "Hey, could you like not? I mean, look, I know where you were at before. No one could see you, but like you're right in the direct way of the door from the office out to the factory floor. Hey, like just don't until like after 5 p.m." And I was like, yeah, sorry, man. I just don't think about that. I'm just used to being the dirty fucking bum where no matter what I do, people are looking at me like a piece of shit. Right. So, like, I'm high functioning in the fact that, like, I'm able to, do all the work and everything, and I don't complain, but I'm low functioning in the social aspect, which is where fucking Sammy comes in with the whole we talk about needs thing, right? So we talk about needs rather than function because, like, I'm gonna tell you right now, I do not function well socially with the civilized world. That's why I like you, you shifty fucking marmoset. I like you too, Sammy. You're good fucking people. But like, I'm just saying, I'm some sort of weird feral cat that sometimes goes inside, I guess. I'm trying to learn how to be a house cat, I guess. I don't fucking... This metaphor is falling apart, but hopefully it was understandable and coherent.
It was. We got it.
Totally got it, yes.
I don't know if that's sarcastic or not, but I'm hoping it's not.
No, you're good. That's the thing. Like, so from my perspective, it was like I could, like that was what I was thinking of earlier when Sam was telling the story about, getting all the ingredients. So I used to be able, I could make a pizza from scratch, but I couldn't go into a Little Caesars and get a hot and ready because I couldn't face the store clerk, that type of shit. And so, that's the thing that I battle. And now I just I force myself to do it every day. I'm like, nope, I'm going to go and inconvenience myself by talking to this person right now, just to make it
I
awkward.
know that America.
Okay, but it's Little Caesars. Just take it out of the dumpster. Oh fuck! I'm sorry. I had a flashback to 2016 or something.
Yes.
Yeah, man. And I'm guessing, obviously, you see somebody, so I'm guessing they would have told you that's clearly anxiety.
Right. Yeah.
True anxiety. What people don't. People think of anxiety as just anxiousness, or you've got a big day at work tomorrow, and you got to meet the bosses and stuff. You're nervous. They confuse nervousness with
the difference between anxiety versus general anxiety disorder. Yeah.
Exactly. And it's also a thing that is like, oh fuck, I can't go into the shop, and somewhere in your brain that that's not normal, but it's normal. You don't think, oh, I have anxiety. It's not until you see somebody finally, and they that's classic symptoms of what we call general anxiety. And it's like, well, but I didn't feel anxious. And they're like, no, you don't, because you're in the anxiety. It's like,
it's the same reason I go to the same place I go to the same 3 places all the time because I know who I'm going to see when I go in there at certain times, right?
Yeah. And I guess it's like the example I can use is when I was a Jehovah's Witness, because I was born in that universe was the truth. There is no other universe. If you can't know what you don't know. So
yeah, all those unknowns, like the unexpected, all creeps up on you. Where is it going? Yeah, like and like always, like I always felt like people were judging me all the time. Really like really benign situations. Like, oh, people are always looking at me weird. They're always judging me. Mostly in your head.
Yeah, it depends. Sometimes it's not in your head.
Yeah. Well, I used to dress a whole lot more punk, but yeah. Other than that,
dude, I got my haircut. I did with scissors at work. I look like the dirty fucking gutter punk I am, and people look at me, and like they'll complain that I've worn the same pair of pants for like 4 days in a row, and it's like, okay, well, why don't you talk to the fucking boss man then? I don't make enough money to buy more pants. Fuck you want me to do? Paying $1,000 a month for a goddamn motel room. I mean, okay, I'm the aggressive kind of anxious where I'll just be like, hey man, could you fucking not?
Yeah, just please.
I'm not polite enough to say please don't. I usually say, like, the best you'll get from me is, hey man, could you like not? And then I won't get any more specific. And they'll be like, not what? And I'm like, just don't. And then they complain. But, that's their fault because they know what the fuck they did. Let's be honest. Come on now.
Probably the only advice I could give someone who's dealing with anxiety is it's not so much a case of like you can't face your fear and get over it. It's more you start to teach yourself that like I watched a lot of documentaries or videos and stuff that's like explain how things work. For example, it's a known fact, right, that humans judge themselves far, far worse than their audience, be it a friend, an actual audience, whatever it is, whoever you're in front of, you will judge yourself far worse. Like there's tests done that prove it, right? And we know
yeah, well,
that
you don't smell how I do.
Exactly. And we live with it ourselves, so we know our flaws, and that is what we are focused on.
Oh.
And so it's a matter of teaching yourself that you're never going to feel differently. You just have to believe, like in faith, that everyone else isn't thinking that. You're the worst thinker about yourself of everyone. And if you acknowledge that and realize everyone outside of you isn't thinking as badly as you are, you slowly, like I said, it's not that you ever stop the feeling of I'm an idiot, like I'm a weirdo, fuck, that was stupid, why did I do that? Oh, why did I say that? But it's realizing that people aren't really paying attention because they're worried about themselves slipping up. They're, and when people do the shit that we're worried about, like, yeah, we'll notice it, but it's gone from their mind 2 seconds later if you just keep the conversation going and stuff. And so it's just teaching yourself all that.
Wow, that was weird. Yeah, one of those. Yeah.
You have a lot more faith in your fellow man than I do.
Mm-hmm. It's a fucking hard thing to learn, Kat, when I came from thinking the entire world was satanic, possessed, demon-infested Satan worshippers.
Yeah, well, I mean, I tried getting help so many times, and I got fucked repeatedly. And for whatever reason, the atheist community was just, I don't know, the people to be like, hey, we'll give you enough money just to like, hey, we'll get you just so you're not fucking scraping your feet on the ground. You can walk. And goddamn, that's the fucking best I ever goddamn got from anyone. So I'm not super fucking the general population I'm not real convinced is super great.
Yeah. Oh, I agree. And do you know why? I have a theory, and I think I'm right. Of course, I'm autistic. I don't think I'm right. I know I'm, but I have to say I think I'm right. Is that? Oh, see, I went on too long with the autistic thing, and now I forgot what I was going to say.
I think I can. Wait.
It was about.
Point, Kat.
I was ranting about the general population being worse and how, like, the atheist community, for whatever reason.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the reason why, and I know atheists, Christians, Muslims, theists in general will all have a problem with this, but I know it's the case. Atheists in general, I know that it simply means without God, but I'm not talking about every atheist. I'm talking about the YouTube atheist community that you're referring to are actually proactive. They're not apatheists. We talk about the shit and we're in that community for a reason, or else we'd be in the woodwork community or the whatever community it was we actually gave a shit about. We're here. And it's because when you don't have a God, you then turn your importance to fellow man and we become humanists.
Damn straight. We're gonna make you an anarchist someday there, Sammy. You're halfway there.
I'm getting there.
Sayakul, quote unquote, which if you think about it is a little bit anti-Semitic, isn't it? It seems to be need to see them actually doing it. It's okay for us to just see his car parked outside all night. That'll do. That'll do as evidence. again, you won't find a single Bible verse supporting this sort of rule. And this goes back to what I was saying before about Pharisaical, quote unquote, which, if you think about it, is a little bit anti-Semitic, isn't it? It seems to be pointing fingers at the Jewish faith as being inherently evil. I don't actually like that word that much. But when you look at what they were saying about the Jewish leaders and how they created this fence around the law and lots of extra rules, well, that kind of looks exactly like what we're seeing here. And this is a rule that the majority of Jehovah's Witnesses are kept in the dark regarding, because it's in a secret elders-only manual called...
I have that. If anyone wants a PDF, I have the Shepherd the Flock manual for elders' eyes only. It's all their rules.
Oh, all their rules?
It's the rule book that the if it's not in that, they have to go like to the governing body sort of.
Yeah. So so that's everything. Everything
An
but,
elder can
if you
do.
will.
Yeah.
Everything minus the kitchen sink.
Exactly. Minus the you just look over there and never mind bits. So, which is why, like, talks about child sex abuse and everything, what you're meant to do and how to punish, how to do the judiciary committees, and they take him out the back and like that. What he's talking about with the car thing, that's in it. If you see a car parked outside a house all night, that's grounds for a judiciary committee.
Man, the amount of times you've seen my car parked out of someone's house, I'd have fucked 85,000 people. Like, shit, man, that's just where I parked for 20 minutes to have a cigarette or something. Like, what the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, I know Jehovah's Witnesses are against drinking. I think it's smoking.
No. They love drinking. They love drinking.
Okay, but they're officially against drinking. They're officially against.
No.
Wait, they're not?
No, not at all. That's the Mormons.
Well, I was going to say, every Jehovah's Witness, they're all drunken assholes.
Yes.
And not like the fun kind. Not like me. They're
is rampant because they're all depressed. My dad was a perfect example. He went to the elders in his 30s, right? I got kids. I'm slugging me guts out at work. We're barely surviving, and I'm depressed. I'm having suicidal thoughts and stuff. What do I do? Instead of go get professional help, it was lean on God more, study more, which is their publication.
Oh, the God you find at the bottom of a bottle. Yeah, okay. I've seen that God a lot.
No, that didn't work, right? And so he goes back, and then an elder said to him, well, Bernie, I know something that helps me is I have a drink at the end of a day. Pour myself a glass of wine. Well, it probably started with a glass of wine and flash forward 30 years and he was full-blown alcoholic. Drunk every day. Still very depressed. Suicidal. I don't know how he ever... I think
Can you envision that, man? Like, he comes home from work, he has dinner, he starts drinking, and he starts reading the Bible, and he's just the most, Yeah, I can picture that guy. Yeah.
Pretty fucked, eh?
Hey, man, like, I get home from work, and I start drinking, and I watch fun videos and giggle and laugh.
And I get home from work and I start drinking and I watch videos and argue with people about the Bible.
Yeah, same. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, we ain't so different. I mean, it's the human condition. I'm just, these people are so close to just being one of us.
Yeah.
And that's
You're just
far
a
away.
few silly beliefs away.
Well, okay, here's the thing. I used to be like, okay, I'm probably still what someone would call a drunk. Fair enough. But like, I'm I'm not like the depressed, sad, angry drunk that I used to be 10 years ago. I'm just kind of like, yeah, I like to drink 2 or 3 beers and argue with people and have a giggle. Versus, I'm gonna drink an entire bottle of whiskey and stare at the floor. Like, yeah, I think Jehovah's Witnesses should take my cue and be like, hey, I'm gonna have a couple beers and that's it. I'm gonna have a couple and like chill out, man. Instead of drink a bottle of whiskey and read the Bible and hate myself. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Not that I'm like some sort of paragon of what a human should be. Don't fucking model your life after me, it'll turn to hell. But like, being depressed and a Jehovah's Witness, you could just be depressed. I mean, that's an improvement. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, so that's a far improvement.
Yeah.
Let me share this with you. Just briefly. Apparently, my little girl. How can I make it bigger? Here we go. Now I'm just gonna share. I have to stop sharing to share. There you go. Check that out. Hunt in New England, which is like the hospital system, the government hospital system for my area of New England. They've used my daughter here in their little ad for Child Life Therapy Week. She's the one on the right in the big picture, and then that's her in the bottom. Look how smiley she is. Let me see if I can
sweet. Yeah.
zoom in a bit. Yeah. That's funny because my son was born with a rare genetic condition, and so we're obviously part of like a support group for that, and they ended up wanting to put him on the cover of their magazine because it's like my kids are little sick things, but they're still little models. Bless them. I just had to show that I was having a proud dad moment. And that smile just melts my heart. Look at it. Okay.
That is a happy kid. You're doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing. So that's the main thing.
Hey, I can tell you right now, them kids are fucking happier than I was as a kid. So
yeah, and happier than I was. So that's all I can really hope for, isn't it?
Exactly. We want to end the cycle and start a fucking new one.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny, but I'm guessing you did too, but I did. Like my dad, as I said, was an alcoholic. His dad was alcoholic.
Oh yeah.
But his dad was also in the SS. No, he wanted to be in the SS youth, but he was too young. He got put to work on a galley on a Navy ship, which is worse, in my opinion. Poor thing. But anyway, long story short, whatever happened to the ship, he ended up a prisoner and put to work on a farm in France. And this farmer had a daughter who again, long story short, fast forward, my grandmother. But yeah, so he grew up.
Hold on, I feel like you're not telling a joke right now. This is a real story.
No, that's a real
okay.
story. And yeah, but he was a drunk, like so much so that on payday, my dad had to sneak into the pub, and all the blokes there would help him steal his dad's wallet, and he'd take it home. Or else he'd spend the whole week's pay on the one night. And what he would then do to get money is, Rio Bar? That metal Rio bar that they put it in concrete.
Oh,
it's
yeah, rebar. In America, that's just rebar.
Rebar, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, he would.
No, I know what you meant. It took me a sec.
Inch and a half bar, and bend it around his neck, cross the two ends over, and take it off. But he would bet people first that he could do it, and then he would win money to drink. Because he was big,
he sounds like me when I was 20.
But anyway, I fucking way got off the track there. He was an alcoholic, obviously, shit life, Then my dad was an alcoholic, shit life. Didn't know how to be a dad. His dad didn't know how to be a dad. Didn't know how to interact with his children at all. So it wasn't until we were adults that we had a good relationship with him. I think because then he didn't have to so much be a dad. He could just be person to person. But the dad part, pure failure. Like, not a clue. Only interacted with us to discipline us. And his discipline was physical as well. So with my child, I tell them multiple times every day how much I love them and kiss them and hug them. Very, very affectionate. And I don't smack my kids at all, and never have. And they're not feral kids running amok. So,
Shockingly, you don't need to beat people to make them,
it's
behave
shocking,
properly.
isn't it?
I know, yeah, it's shocking. Absolutely. I well, at least the Christians, spare the rod, spoil the child.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I refuse to have children, even if I could have them, just because, like, I can't even tell myself, hey, you did a good job. I can barely tell my fucking boyfriend, hey, I appreciate you, I love you, you did a good job. I can barely interact with humans as it is.
Yeah.
Okay, when I say humans, I mean I domesticated humans, I guess.
Yeah.
I'm the feral version of whatever a human is. I don't know. But like I know if I had kids, I would just be like, hey, you exist. And that would be the extent of our conversations. I'd be like, oh.
Yeah.
Could you not? Like,
and I know this is the most condescending thing to say, but when you're in therapy, the first thing they tell you is negative self-talk is a no-no. You're not supposed to do that.
I know. That is true, but I'm being honest, not negative.
I know.
There's a difference. Trust me, there's a difference. I know. I've met me. I have to live with me every single day. I know how I operate.
And
also, I hate kids. So.
Well, here's the weird thing. I don't know if it was autism or because I think that developed worse as I got older. I don't know if no, it was pretty bad when I was young. Anyway, I don't know if it was autism or a result of my dad not having a dad figure properly and whatever. But when I had my first son, it's easy to kiss and love and show affection when they're babies because they're babies. But then when they get to a certain age, there's this crossroad, right, where they never stop saying I love you and wanting hugs and stuff. It's
and then you want to punch them right in their fucking little faces, right?
No.
Okay,
the
that's
opposite.
just me.
Yes.
Okay, I hate kids. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I noticed. But what happens is you're like, oh, they're getting older, and it's getting awkwarder because I have to show this emotion, which makes me feel weak somehow. Just stupid, I know, but this is the thinking. Like, it's embarrassing for a man to show love. It's not manly, kind of thing. Real backwards way of thinking.
Gender roles are a scam fed to you by the government. Destroy them.
Yeah, fed to me by my fucking parents, and
well, that too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and so I had to keep doing the hug thing and being the same, like just not change, keep being affectionate and loving and saying I love you. It was when it started to feel weird saying I love you that's when I was like, no, this isn't right. Why my son should be 60 and I'm 90 saying I love you? Why is it weird or weak or girly or gay? Or where is the problem? Why do men have that problem? Maybe it's an Australian issue. I don't know if you have
it's
that
not.
issue in the States, and so I had to just force it. I had to say it forced until eventually it wasn't hard or weird or against the grain anymore. It's the habit now. So and the reason I wanted to say all that is because something you said before made me realize that, yeah, I was the same. I was like, oh, kids, ew, affection, ew. I don't like what? Get away, don't touch me. But I couldn't just switch a switch. I had to pretend at first. And as long as I started pretending, it does. The fake it till you make it is true. It's really true, I guess, is the point I'm getting at.
Yeah, I have a different set of issues, I think, though, going on. I mean, that's probably good advice for most people. I mean, mine is just
that wasn't advice either. That was just what you made me think of when you said that. My brain went there.
I just have an incredibly diminished emotional capacity for certain things.
Yeah.
Where so like I could get.
I can tell you're all sorts of fucked up.
Well, yeah, obviously, like
absolute,
like I get fucking homeless, and I'm like, well, that fucking sucks. Like, hey, if someone wants to give me money and not be homeless, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go fucking live down by the train tracks. I don't know, man. And like, I'm just like I get excited like when someone drops a fry on the floor at work because that's my food now. Anytime someone drops food on the floor while they're eating in the lunchroom, that becomes my food. And everyone I work with has just gotten to the point of like, if they're going to throw something away, they just give it to me. Because otherwise I'll just dig it out of the trash. Because I'm a fucking goblin or something. I'm not suited to normal civilized society. I'm trying, but I'm really not there yet. I'm still kind of fucked ahead of it. So emotional normalness is something that'll hopefully come in the next few years after I get general societal what's the word?
Yes.
Decency.
No, it's at the moment you have emotional dysregulation, which I do too, but nowhere near what you're describing. And we're trying to get back to emotional. And now the word just slipped out of my head. See, regulation, regulating our emotions. I have plenty of emotions. Are they the right emotion at the right time? Usually not. But yeah, emotional dysregulation.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna run to the store. I'll still be on the stream. I'm just gonna run to the store quick. Right, be back. Give me less than 8 minutes.
Oh no, we've lost our spot.
We lost what? Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Y'all do your thing. I'll be right back.
No worries. Oh, don't ask, don't tell.
Me to item 6 on my list, also in the Shepherd book, the don't ask, don't tell provisions. That's what I call them, because that's what it amounts to. If you do something that you could be disfellowshipped for, and you can keep quiet about it for long enough, guess what? You might be let off the hook. That's essentially what this provision says. If you go to section 8 of the Shepherd book, actually chapter 8, section 25, committed a disfellowshipping offense years in the past and the matter was never addressed. The body of elders may determine he can continue to serve. This is an elder who's been caught out or has confessed. If the following is true, the immorality or other serious wrongdoing occurred more than a few years ago, and he is genuinely repentant, recognizing that he should have come forward immediately when he sinned. Perhaps he has even confessed to his sin, seeking help with his guilty conscience. He has been serving faithfully for many years, has evidence of God's blessing, and has the respect of the congregation. Don't ask, don't tell. If you can sit on your sin for long enough, all the while judging other people for their sins, which might have been the exact same sin that you've been concealing, then, well, maybe it's not such a bad thing. Maybe you can continue serving.
Are you hearing that, Kev?
Maybe we don't need to disfellowship you. Isn't that interesting? And again, nowhere is a Bible verse given in support of this. It's a completely unbiblical teaching, and almost as though they've realized that this is essentially a get out of jail free card for elders. It's almost as though the writers of the Shepherd book have said, well, now that we've made this provision for elders and ministerial servants, maybe we should have a similar provision for everyone else. So if you go to section or chapter 12, section 57, it says, depending upon the circumstances, serious wrongdoing that occurred years in the past may need to be handled by a judicial committee. However, if wrongdoing occurred more than a few years ago, and the individual is genuinely repentant and recognizes that he should have come forward immediately when he sinned, counsel by 2 elders may be sufficient. No need for a judicial committee. No need for a reproof or disfellowshipping. Just counsel by 2 elders, because, it happened years ago. And what happened years ago becomes less important with the passage of time. Again, on what Bible verse are you basing this? This is a shady, don't ask, don't tell policy that ordinary rank and file Jehovah's Witnesses are kept in the dark over. It's a provision that's clearly intended to benefit those in power, so that again you have this power imbalance where those in power know what all the loopholes are, whereas those who aren't in power don't. And ultimately, how can you in any way suggest that this is Bible-based? What is your basis in the scriptures for this sort of shady provision? You're not going to find one. Item 7 on my list, the Paradise Earth teaching. This is, you could argue, a central teaching for Jehovah's Witnesses. It's the one that they lead with when they're trying to sell the religion. Wouldn't you like to live in a perfect paradise earth where there is no suffering, where food is abundant, where there is peace and harmony throughout all mankind, and we can frolic with pandas and eat watermelons to our heart's content? That's the central sales hook, you could argue, for Jehovah's Witnesses when they're going out trying to recruit people into the religion. There's just one small problem. The Bible doesn't support the concept of a paradise earth that people are resurrected into. And to highlight this point, I've mentioned before on this channel that the word paradise is mentioned in the Bible only 4 times. Think back to what I was saying earlier about God communicating his will to mankind and having, how many pages was it? 1,618 pages to communicate his intentions and his requirements to mankind. And in all of those 1,618 pages, despite planning for humanity to live on a paradise earth, he's only saying the word paradise 4 times. Something's clearly wrong there. And the problem is that the entire teaching was dreamt up because initially the organization wasn't geared towards the paradise teaching. It was geared towards finding the anointed, finding the co-rulers with Christ, who numbered, according to the Bible students, 144,000. If you're a religion with aspirations of global expansion and you're limiting your membership to 144,000, you're going to reach a point where it's like, can we change this teaching at all? We could do with making it a little bit more accessible to people because we'd like to grow beyond 144,000. And indeed, that's exactly what happened in 1935. They started saying, okay, think of it as essentially 2 tiers. There's one group that goes to heaven. We'll call them the anointed. And there's a larger group. We'll call them the great crowd, the other sheep. And they get to live on the earth and be ruled over by the anointed. That way, our religion can be more attractive to, say, millions of people. That way, we can essentially grow. I think that's how they came up with this theology. There's one small problem. Again, the word paradise only occurs 4 times. And furthermore, when you read the New Testament, which is outlining Christianity, it only ever talks about going to heaven. And I have 3 scriptures here, actually 4 scriptures here to share with you, which make this point. John 14, 2 and 3 to begin with. In the house of my Father are many dwelling places. Otherwise, I would have told you, for I am going my way to prepare a place for you. Also, if I go my way and prepare a place for you, I will come again and will receive you home to myself, so that where I am, you also may be. Jesus clearly talking there about going to heaven and preparing a place for his followers in heaven. Philippians 3 verses 20 and 21, but our citizenship exists in the heavens, and we are eagerly waiting for a Savior from there, the Lord Jesus Christ, who will transform our humble body to be like his glorious body by his great power that enables him to subject all things to himself. Revelation 7 verse 9, after this I saw and look, a great crowd which no man was able to number, out of all nations and tribes and peoples and tongues, standing before the throne and before the Lamb, dressed in white robes, and there were palm branches in their hands. Interestingly, this is the verse that Jehovah's Witnesses use as the basis for this concept that there is this other group, this larger, great crowd of people.
Back it, brother. I think you might have fallen asleep. I'll find something better. You'll like this one.
Hello there. Well, if you're watching this, most likely you are one of the 50,000 people who has seen the Pillowgate trailer in the first 24 hours since its upload. So you know what this video is about. You know that there is some quite astonishing footage that we need to look at. Now, these are two videos. It looks like they're intended for the induction of new Bethelites, but presumably they're also available just for the Bethel family to watch, just to reacquaint themselves with what the rules are. The first of the two videos is presented by governing body helper Ralph Walls, and it's directed at sisters. So without further ado, let's roll the first clip.
We welcome you, dear sisters, to Bethel. The purpose of this discussion is to bring to your attention matters of